and to provide a common platform for all innovators and their innovations. The government organized the Semicon India event, which aims to catalyze India's semiconductor ecosystem. Prime Minister paid a visit to the event on the second day. Notably, Prime Minister also visited the event on the first day as well. Accompanied by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Prime Minister took stock of all the new innovations. He interacted with innovators and industry experts during his visit. On the first day, while addressing the event, Prime Minister Moody highlighted the importance of semiconductor chips in the coming years. Although the semiconductor industry continues to face some challenges, it has witnessed robust growth and is poised for even more.
Now, in a fiery speech at Madurai, AIADMK leader and former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, E. Palaniswamy, sharply criticized the ruling DMK government. He accused it of widespread corruption, administrative failure and ignoring public grievances. Here's a quick report.
In a recent speech at Madurai, AIADMK leader EPS launched a strong attack on the DMK government. He accused them of deep-rooted corruption and misgovernance.
தமிழகத்துல 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருக்கு. 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம். அதுல ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு மேல பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருந்ததே கிடையாது. ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு ஆள், அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர், அதுக்கு அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர். இப்படி 582 பேர்லயும் மாத்தி மாத்தி டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் போட்டு அதுல ஒரு அமௌண்ட், பெரிய அமௌண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
EPS alleged that Minister Moody demands a 10% bribe for property registrations, calling him the 10% minister.
அது மட்டும் இல்ல, இங்க இருக்கிற மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த தொகுதி மந்திரி எப்படிப்பட்டவர்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நாங்க சொல்லி தெரிய வேண்டியதில்லை. அங்க மேலூர்ல பேசும்போது அங்க கூட்டத்துல இருந்து பேசுறாங்க, ஐயா பேசுங்க அப்படின்னு. என்னப்பா பேசுறது? இங்க இருக்கிற மாவட்ட மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். அவர் பத்திரப்பதிவு துறையில் இருக்காரு. ஆக கொள்ளையோ கொள்ள அடிக்கிறான்னு கீழே இருக்கிற மக்கள் பேசுறாங்க. நான் பேசுறேன், எங்களுக்கு பாயிண்ட் எடுத்து கொடுக்குறாங்க மக்கள். இப்போ ஏற்கனவே பிராந்தி கடையில் 10 ரூபாய்னு ஒருத்தர் பேர் வாங்கியிருக்காரு. யார் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இப்போ இங்க இருக்கிற அமைச்சர் 10% பதிவு செஞ்சா 10%, பத்திரப்பதிவு செஞ்சா 10% அவருக்கு போய் சேர வேணும். அப்படி சேர்ந்தாதான் அந்த பத்திரப்பதிவு நடக்கும். நடக்குதுல உண்மைதானே? உண்மைதானுங்க.
He further criticized frequent registrar transfers. 582 offices see yearly reshuffles, claiming it's a tactic for collecting illicit money. EPS highlighted that people already face severe economic distress and additional bribes worsen their situation. He mocked Stalin's half-communist comment, suggesting DMK is trying to dominate alliance parties. EPS accused the government of ignoring public grievances, claiming petitions are discarded in rivers or garbage bins. He concluded that once AIADMK returns to power, today's ministers will be held accountable.
A BJP leader, Annamalai, has shared about a heinous incident from Tamil Nadu where a Dalit employee is publicly shamed by a DMK leader. He said that a public servant belonging to the scheduled caste community in Tindivanam was cornered continuously by DMK councillors and was made to apologize by falling at the feet of the DMK councillor Ramya. Annamalai slammed DMK's social justice model as he shared this video where the Dalit employee is being humiliated by the DMK leader. And this is a public servant who was made to apologize, and he was asked to, in fact, bend to the feet of the DMK councillor. And you can see the video also. This man who goes and touches the feet. You can see he bends down to DMK councillor Ramya and he bends down and touches her feet, and he's there for quite some time and he's being humiliated and assaulted. All right, time for a short break, viewers, but we get you more updates. Sacked BRS MLC K. Kavita claimed of a big conspiracy as she resigned from the party and the post of BRS MLC. Monsoon mayhem across North India. Floods disrupt normal life from Jammu Kashmir to Punjab to Himachal and Delhi NCR as well. We get you more updates from Ground Zero on that.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Welcome back. China marked the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II and showcased its weaponry. And notably in the display of arms and ammunition, Beijing flaunted the missiles that failed miserably during Operation Sindur that it in fact had supplied to Pakistan. Here's a detailed report on that.
China displayed its missiles, fighter jets and other military hardware in public view for the first time, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. According to Chinese military officials, much of the weaponry and equipment in the parade was being shown to the public for the first time. Chinese troops marched in lockstep by President Xi Jinping, who leads the Communist Party and heads the military as the chairman of the Central Military Commission. The audience included about 24 foreign leaders from countries including Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Notably, Beijing's weaponry displayed also showcased the missiles that failed miserably during the Operation Sindur. In its military parade, China also flaunted the missiles that it provided Pakistan during escalations with Indian Defence Forces in Operation Sindur. During the military parade in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, China unveiled the Dongfeng 5 missile, a liquid-fueled intercontinental strategic nuclear missile. The missile is designed to be launched from China's northern silo fields, which could be used to target continental US. It's the first major military parade in China since 2019 on the 70th anniversary of the founding of Communist China. The parade commemorates the end of World War II, a conflict that devastated China.
Home Minister Amit Shah met and felicitated all the personnel who successfully carried out Operation Black Forest earlier this year. And Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Desai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present. This was a mega operation, viewers, on the crackdown of Maoists. Viewers, take a look at this report.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and facilitated the CRPF, Chhattisgarh Police, DRG and Cobra Battalion personnel. These brave hearts successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on Karagatalur Hill. Operation Black Forest was a major 21-day anti-Maoist operation conducted from April 21st to May 11th this year. The operation took place in a known Maoist stronghold on the Karagatalur Hills on the Chhattisgarh-Telangana border. The operation successfully eliminated top Maoist leaders, disrupted their networks, and resulted in destruction of numerous hideouts and explosive caches. Union Home Minister during the event also interacted with the security personnel. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Dev Sai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present at the event.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
People residing in the low-lying areas have been shifted to relief camps set up near Mayur Phase 1 of Delhi as the Yamuna River swells and crosses the danger level following incessant rains. An accident occurred in Haridwar during Ganesh Visarjan. A young man swept away in the Ganga at Kankal Sati Ghat, leaving the devotees in shock. Happiness of Ganesh Visarjan turned into mourning. Police and rescue teams searched for the youth, but no clue so far. Eternal-owned food delivery giant Zomato increased its platform fee on orders to 12 rupees from the earlier 10 rupees. The move comes ahead of the festive season when demand for food delivery is expected to surge. Shares of Eternal surged 2% to hit the day's high on BSE during today's early trade after the announcement. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta held a Jan Sunwai at the Chief Minister's residence for the first time since the attack on her. Time for a short break, viewers, but it's a big CAA relief by Modi government as the persecuted minorities will not be deported right now. The deadline has been extended. Also sacked BRS MLC. Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party and post of BRS MLC.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's a big CAA relief by the Modi government. Persecuted minorities. The deportation date has been extended. Sacked BRS MLC. Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chairs 56 GST Council meeting. Slashes in tax slabs expected. Monsoon mayhem across North India. Floods disrupt normal life in Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal and Delhi NCR.
And economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiate it as soon as even possible.
Amid Trump climbed down on tariff, German foreign minister in India backs the expedition of the FTA agreement. It's a huge respite from the central government, viewers, for the members of minority communities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, the Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians who came to India till the 31st of December 2024 to escape religious persecution. Now, they will be allowed to stay in the country without passport or other travel documents, according to the Union Home Ministry. So, it's a big relief, viewers, coming in for those. It's a big relief coming in as the cutoff has been extended till the 31st of December 2024. It's been a long-standing appeal by associations of these people, of the displaced persons, and we see that this is the notification has also been made, and now we have this update coming in on the CAA registration cutoff that has been extended. Those who entered before December, earlier it was earlier non-Muslim religious minorities who faced persecution in Bangladesh, Pakistan and Afghanistan entering before December 2014 were provided with the Indian citizenship. So my colleague Harsha joining us live on the broadcast for more. Harsha, it's a big relief, and it's the extension now goes till last year. You know, whoever entered till last year are now allowed, and this was a long-standing appeal.
Yes, Rakshita, this is there's a huge relief for the people who were religiously persecuted in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. As a huge relief because earlier the order was stated that they have to submit it till 2014, but now it would not be like that.
There seems to be some problem in the connection. We'll just get you more updates on that, viewers. So this is the big announcement that is being made. We will remember this CAA was passed by Parliament in December 2019, and now the relief comes amid a long-standing appeal by associations of displaced persons. Refugee body representing Bangladesh had urged Prime Minister Modi to extend the CAA cut-off date from 2014 to 2024. It's like a 10-year extension, you can say, citing the continued influx of persecuted minorities across borders. So the centre had implemented CAA, remember, on March last year, 11th of March last year, by notifying the rules, and this was 4 years after the law was passed by Parliament to fast-track the citizenship for undocumented non-Muslim migrants, and it's a big relief coming in. Okay, Harsha is back with us. Harsha, please continue.
So, Rakshita, I was telling you that earlier the daughter was dated till 2014, that the immigrants who have arrived in the country till 2014 and they were religiously persecuted in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. They had to submit their valid travel data and the passport as well. But the order now that the Home Ministry has clearly stated that the Home Ministry has clearly stated in its new notification that the immigrants who are religiously persecuted and had to leave the country, Bangladesh and Pakistan, and have came to India till 31st 2024, they can submit their document and they can live in India without showing any valid proof or the document or the passport of traveling. This is a huge relief, and the notification has also come out in the NHA website. And soon you'll see the ground that the people who were persecuted in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, they don't have to go back to their country, especially the minorities, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, Hindus. They don't have to go back to their country. They can live as an immigrant country only. Back to you.
Absolutely. It's a huge development coming in, viewers, a big relief for the persecuted minorities as the centre has extended the cut-off entry under CAA till December 2024. It's widened the protection for the migrants fleeing persecution. 2024 is the new relief cut-off. That's the breaking news we are getting in right now. It's a crucial shift, viewers, in India's immigration framework as well, as it widens the protective net beyond what was previously available under the CAA 2019, which applied only to migrants to enter the country before December 31st, 2014. And that's what we are now sharing. This is the the Home Ministry says a person belonging to minority community in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians who were compelled to seek shelter in India due to religious persecution or fear of religious persecution. Without valid documents, they entered the country on or before the 31st of December 2024 without valid documents, including a passport or other travel documents, or with valid documents, including a passport or other travel documents, and the validity of such documents have expired, will be exempted from the rule of possessing a valid passport and visa. This as per the order issued by the Home Ministry. Okay, we have some breaking news coming in right now from Chhattisgarh, Sukma, viewers. It's a major breakthrough against Maoist terror. 20 Maoists have surrendered, including one with a 33 lakh rupee bounty. And Sukma police and the CRPF have achieved a major breakthrough with the surrender of 20 Maoists. Among the 20 who surrendered, 9 are women, 11 are men. And the most notable surrender is that of Sodi Masa, a senior Maoist carrying a reward of 33 lakh rupees on his head. His surrender considered a significant success for the security forces operating in this area. And of course, this comes after a coordinated effort by the Sukma police, the District Reserve Guard, that is the DRG, and several CRPF battalions. Okay, let's take a listen to the reaction coming in.
जिला पुलिस और सीआरपीएफ द्वारा नक्सल निर्मूलन के लिए जो लगातार प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं, उससे प्रभावित होकर आज 20 नक्सलियों ने आत्मसमर्पण किया है। 20 नक्सलियों में 9 महिला नक्सली और 11 पुरुष नक्सली है। इन पे सब मिला के 33 लाख का इनाम रखा गया है। इनमें 2 नक्सलियों पे 8 लाख का इनाम है, 1 नक्सलियों के 5 लाख का इनाम है। इसके अलावा 4 नक्सलियों के पे 4-4 लाख का इनाम है और बाकी अन्य नक्सली अग्र संगठन के सदस्य है। सभी नक्सलियों को शासन द्वारा जो आत्मसमर्पण पॉलिसी है उसके अनुसार सभी बेनिफिट्स मिलेंगे, उनको रिवॉर्ड मिलेगा। मैं इसी मौके पे सभी नक्सलियों से ये अपील करता हूं कि जल्द से जल्द सरेंडर करके मुख्य धारा में शामिल हो जाए।
सर, कोई बड़ी घटनाओं में शामिल
नक्सली मिनपा, टेकलगुडम, उसके अलावा बुरकापा, लंबूस ऐसे बड़ी बड़ी घटनाओं में शामिल रहे हैं। इसके अलावा ग्रामीण नगरियों की हत्या, रोड काटना, आईडी लगाना, ऐसी घटनाओं में नक्सली शामिल थे।
Home Minister Amit Shah met and felicitated all the personnel who successfully carried out Operation Black Forest earlier this year. This was, of course, a mega crackdown, a mega operation as in line with the crackdown against the Maoist viewers. Take a look.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and facilitated the CRPF, Chhattisgarh Police, DRG and Cobra Battalion personnel. These brave hearts successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on Karagatalur Hill. Operation Black Forest was a major 21-day anti-Maoist operation conducted from April 21st to May 11th this year. The operation took place in a known Maoist stronghold on the Karagatalur Hills on the Chhattisgarh-Telangana border. The operation successfully eliminated top Maoist leaders, disrupted their networks and resulted in destruction of numerous hideouts and explosive caches. Union Home Minister during the event also interacted with the security personnel. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Devsai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present at the event.
Now, rain continues to lash several parts of Kashmir, causing waterlogging and traffic jams in several areas of Srinagar. The waterlogging in many areas caused inconvenience to commuters and shopkeepers. In some areas, vehicles had to wade through the flooded streets in the city. Intermittent rain also continues in several parts of the valley from Doda to Kulgam. You can see the Chenab River swelling, and the Met Department says that heavy and intense showers accompanied with thunderstorms, lightning and gusty winds were likely over many parts of Srinagar, Ganderbal and Budgam. And in Jammu, CRPF, Army and BRO teams jointly have undertaken the rescue operations. And my colleague Gursimran Singh has filed a ground report from Akhnur, where 40 civilians are trapped.
The water levels on the river Chenab are on continuous rise, and right now we are reporting from the Gadkhal area where Chenab has broken into the civilian areas, and the level of the water, the speed of the water can be seen from this very place right now where we are reporting, because it is the fierce level torrential rains that are taking place in the upper reaches have made such things really very difficult here on the ground. And we'll try to speak to some locals, because there are several civilians that have been trapped in that very area along with their cattle, and now they are seeking the help from the authorities, because on that side there is no support, and if the water continues to rise like this, the situation is going to be gruesome for them. मुझे ये बताइए कितने लोग और कितने घर वहाँ पे इसकी जद में आ गए जो सिविलियन एरिया ब्रीच हुआ है?
हो गए कोई 10-12 कमरे जो उसके अंदर हैं, तो 10-25 बंदे भी होंगे देखभाल के लिए, भैंसों के लिए। उनकी बहुत गायें हैं, वो वापस नहीं आ सकती हैं। उनको तूरी तारी लेकर गए थे कल, इधर तो पानी नहीं बहुत आ गया आज।
तो अभी तक कोई रेस्क्यू वगैरह के लिए आया है?
उस दिन आए थे, लेकिन पानी बहुत था, कोई पार गया ही नहीं।
कोई पार नहीं गया। काफ़ी चिंताएं लोगों के लिए हैं। आप मुझे बताइए, ये लगातार पूरा इलाका जो है वो बढ़ रहा है पानी का बहाव?
सर काफ़ी ज़्यादा यहाँ पे बाढ़ आ चुकी है, और सिविलियन के लिए तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा मुश्किल है, और जानवरों के लिए आप खुद देख सकते हो कि जानवर भी यहाँ पे फंसे हुए हैं। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ प्रशासन से कि आके यहाँ पे कुछ लोग भी फंसे हुए हैं, उनको निकालें। काफ़ी ज़्यादा बच्चे भी अंदर फंसे हुए हैं, उनको भी निकालें। और साथ में जैसे जानवर फंसे हुए हैं उनको भी निकालने, कुछ तो कुछ होना चाहिए।
कुछ ना कुछ प्रशासन, the administration needs to do something, that is what they are saying. But look at the flow of the water, like it is when it is actually having a hit at my leg, then the way it is flowing, it clearly speaks volumes about the pressure of the river Chenab that is here, and that is why the locals are concerned. The locals are very much concerned about what lies next for them, because the announcements are regularly being made by the administration that the water levels are going to rise. That is the place from where the river Chenab has broken into the civilian areas. It was the breach of the barrage that was there, the bun that is locally known as, that was breached by river Chenab, and now it has entered into the civilian areas in the Gadkhal. And the people of the Gadkhal, they are really very much concerned about what is happening. They urge the administration to reach them at an earliest, and also to save the civilians that are still trapped in the area.
Meanwhile, my colleague Zeenat has also filed a ground report from Kulgam, where River Jhelum has crossed the danger mark.
River Jhelum is roaring, and the tributaries like Vesho in Kulgam, South Kashmir, has already crossed the danger mark. People have been advised to stay indoors and away from the water bodies, which has also led to the closure of Srinagar Jammu National Highway. The alternative route like Mughal has also been closed, and also the Simthon Top. This time we can say that we are disconnected with the rest of the world. Meanwhile, the services, the networks have also gone down with the services. The calling and internet services have gone slow. In fact, the Divisional Administration Kashmir has also directed for the closure of schools and colleges. Kashmir University has cancelled the examinations. Postponed examinations have also come from the cluster university. Meanwhile, we are seeing a minimal traffic on the roads at multiple places. There is power, electricity crisis at present. Disaster management Srinagar, Kashmir is observing the situation. We are seeing the observation being made by the highest quarters of the government. And also, as far as the Jammu is concerned, we are seeing that this rainfall has consumed multiple lives because of the landslides, the mudslides. We have seen cloudburst. Yesterday in Anantnag, a 13-year boy was also injured during the cloudburst in Anantnag. So people have been advised to stay indoors, remain cautious. And also we are seeing the J&K police have already put the helpline numbers for any kind of rescue operations.
And from Jammu Kashmir, the wrath of Monsoon has reached neighbouring Punjab. Viewers, there is absolute devastation that is being witnessed in Punjab. My colleague Lalit Sharma brings you this ground report from Gurdaspur.
One month, if you talk about in Punjab, majority all the 23 districts have been badly affected because of the flooding of water from the hills. Apart from that, if you talk about, more than 30 deaths have been reported in the past 1 month, while more than 3.5 lakh have been evacuated by the Indian Army, Air Force and the SDRF, NDRF and the local administration. While lakhs of hectares crops have been destroyed in the past 1 month. While the fury of nature continues in Punjab, as and in another 24 hours, Met Department have predicted heavy rainfall, due to which once again the water level of the river Ravi, Satluj and Beas could be seen increasingly high in all these border districts of Punjab. With video journalist Krishna, this is Lalit Sharma for Republic TV, Gurdaspur.
Viewers, IMD has issued a heavy rainfall alert for Delhi NCR also. NCR that includes Noida, Gurugram, Ghaziabad, as relentless monsoon showers continue to lash North India. The weather forecast for the national capital today warns of intense downpours, and that is what has been witnessed in several areas. Schools have been shut down across Delhi NCR due to the heavy rainfall. The flood threat in Delhi has intensified as the Yamuna River continued to rise on Wednesday, prompting emergency deployments, mass evacuations and school closures across Delhi NCR. The river had already crossed the evacuation mark on Tuesday when it rose to 206.03 meters. The situation has worsened since. Meanwhile, here is a ground report by my colleague from Yamuna Bazaar of New Delhi.
We are here at Yamuna Bazaar. As you can see, I'm sitting on a boat. We have managed to come here. This is how much the water level has risen. The water level in Yamuna has risen dangerously. It has now reached around 206.7 meters, and it has been said that the forecast is around 206.9 meters. And this is a situation after incessant rainfall in the entire Delhi NCR, where there has been continuous rainfalls, and the Hatnikund barrage, where the waters were released and the flow range was around 3.3 lakhs crucex. You can see that the houses here, I'm going to ask my VJ to show you, that is the door of that house that is almost completely submerged. That is, the water can be said around 5.9 feet of the water, and now people are going to their places. People are actually traveling with the help of the boat. You can also see, we're also going to try to show you the flow of water. See the nature of the flow of water in Yamuna, as you can see on the other far side. The entire structures have been submerged. The levels have risen dangerously because of the very high intensity water also released from the Hatnikund barrage, which basically is a barrage in Haryana, which releases the water in the eastern and western Yamuna canal.
Meanwhile, viewers, my colleague Shamavi also spoke to Mohsen Ishai, the DIG, on the flood situation in the national capital. Listen in.
Sir, how many teams have been deployed yet, and what are your main focus points in Delhi?
See, seeing the current situation in Delhi, the flood level has crossed the danger mark, and at 206 meters level, it is advised to undertake evacuation. That process has started since yesterday, and 4 NDRF teams have been deployed in 4 different regions. One team is available here in Yamuna Bazaar area, and we have conducted about 150 evacuation. People have been moved to safe places. The relief shelters have been made by the Delhi government. So the situation is normal. There is nothing to panic. And the information we have is that by evening today the flood water would be receding. So that is a good sign, and the weather, as you see, is clear now, right now. Although the predictions are for rain, but things are on way to improve.
Okay, so approximately how many people have been evacuated yet?
Almost more than 10,000, in a joint operations with NDRF, Delhi Police, the Irrigation Department, and other agencies and volunteers since yesterday. And NDRF has been, pressed into service since yesterday afternoon, and they are still on job.
And so my last question before I let you go, do you think we'll be needing added reinforcement in the upcoming 24 to 48 hours?
I don't think the situation is stable right now, and we still have 10 teams, on standby. If there is a requirement, they will be present to service. They will be employed. But as of now, I think the situation is under control, and things will improve further.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now from Karnataka, viewers, where tensions are rising in Vijayapura's Chadachand Taluk after a brutal firing incident reported. Rowdy Sheeter and Devar Nimbargi Gram Panchayat President Biradar Bhima Gaura Biradar shot at a few assailants, and the attackers fired 3 rounds. The bullets hit his head and chest. Incident took place inside a barber shop where miscreants threw chili powder in the barber's eyes before opening fire. Now, Bhiman Goda was rushed to a private hospital in Vijayapura. Police have identified the accused. That's you can see the aftermath. The history sheeter is shot at, and the firing was also caught on camera. It was caught on phone camera, and you can see the ruckus that unfolded, the scuffle that happened. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Assailant fired 3 rounds. All right, shifting focus. Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, and German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul met at the Hyderabad House in Delhi. The two leaders held a delegation-level meeting in the national capital. Discussion on a potential cooperation in technology and expedition of FTA negotiations were held. And of course, the German Foreign Minister also hailed India's growth story.
Welcome you and your delegation on what is your first visit to India as the Foreign Minister of Germany. That this is happening just a few months after my own visit to Berlin in May, I think is a statement in itself. We also are aware that this is one of your early visits outside Europe, and we appreciate your coming to India very much. Now, as you noted before your departure from Germany, we are marking 25 years of strategic partnership, 50 years of scientific cooperation, almost 60 years of cultural agreements, and as you saw in Bangalore, more than a century of business interactions. I'm glad that you had an opportunity on this visit to go to Bengaluru and see the immense potential of our cooperation in technology. I'm also very pleased that you brought along with you a very strong business delegation and some members of parliament.
And the Prime Minister in his Independence Day speech has announced a Diwali bonanza in the form of hinting at GST regularization. The GST Council meeting was chaired by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today, and some big announcements are also expected. The meeting will continue tomorrow as well. Here's a report.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chaired 56th GST Council meeting today in the national capital. The meeting will continue for 2 days. In one of the biggest GST reform, the government is planning to do away with the 2 out of 4 GST slabs.
गंगानगर से लेकर के ईटानगर तक, लेह से लेकर के लक्षद्वीप तक, वन नेशन वन टैक्स। जीएसटी सिर्फ एक टैक्स रिफॉर्म नहीं है, आर्थिक रिफॉर्म से भी आगे एक सामाजिक रिफॉर्म का भी एक अहम कदम है। जीएसटी गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स के रूप में जाना जाता है, लेकिन हकीकत में ये गुड एंड सिंपल टैक्स है। इस दिवाली में आपकी डबल दिवाली का काम मैं करने वाला हूं। इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है। पिछले 8 साल से हमने जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म किया, पूरे देश में टैक्स के बर्डन को कम किया, टैक्स की व्यवस्थाओं को सरल किया, और 8 साल के बाद समय की मांग है कि हम एक बार उसको रिव्यू करें। हमने एक हाई पावर कमेटी को बिठा करके रिव्यू शुरू किया, राज्यों से भी विचार विमर्श किया, और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे। सामान्य मानवी की जरूरतों के टैक्स भारी मात्रा में कम कर दिए जाएंगे।
The GST Council, also comprising of all states, will discuss moving to a fewer slabs. It is going to be the biggest tax reform since 2017. Consumers are in for some major benefits. Once implemented, a lot of FMCG products will get cheaper. GST, when first introduced, faced major apprehensions. But over the years, the aim has been to make GST into goods and simple tax. On one hand, Rahul Gandhi bats for tax slab rationalization. On the other hand, opposition states seem against it, objecting to new reforms and seeking compensation for the revenue loss. Another major highlight of the GST reforms is the fact that Modi government's tax reforms come in the backdrop of a waging global tariff war. There are apprehensions whether the GST reforms will have any impact on India's positioning as a global investment destination. A section still believes that the current and proposed structure is not what Modi government had promised, one nation, one tax. But the question is whether it is a possibility. All eyes now remain on the outcome of the 56th GST Council meetings for the formal announcement of new reforms.
All right, viewers, we slip into a short break, but we get to the latest from the BRS camp. Sacked BRS MLC K Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party and post of BRS MLC. And monsoon mayhem across North India, flood disrupt normal life in Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and Delhi NCR.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big relief, central government extends cut-off entry under CAA till December 2024. 2025. Sacked BRS MLC K. Kavita claims a big conspiracy, resigns from the post of BRS MLC. Monsoon mayhem across North India. Floods disrupt normal life in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab. FM Nirmala Sitharaman first chairs the 56 GST Council meeting. Slashes in tax slabs expected. Monsoon mayhem across North India. Floods disrupt normal life in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal and Delhi NCR.
And economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiated as soon as even possible.
Amid Trump climb down on tariff, Germany foreign minister in India backs expedition of FTA government and agreement. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhima. Top focus. K. Kavita has resigned as BRS MLA after lashing out at BRS leader T. Harish Rao and J. Santosh Rao, accusing them of planning to destroy the party and family in connivance with Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. On Tuesday, BRS had suspended Kavita for anti-party activities a day after her outbursts against party leaders T. Harish Rao and J. Santosh Rao. Kavita also said in today's press conference she's resigning from BRS and submitting her MLC resignation letter to the council speaker. K. Kavita said Revanth Reddy, Harish Rao plan to destroy the family while travelling together on a flight. Revanth Reddy should be answerable for this. First go across to our reporter Aishwarya, who's joining us live from Hyderabad. Aishwarya, this is very, very serious as they say that her father is being manipulated. What are the key things that are now being said by K. Kavita?
Yes, Rhythm. So Kavita, she held a first press conference today after her suspension that was announced yesterday. She said that this suspension came as a shock for her also, saying that she was not actually expecting the suspension because she thought that her father very well knew that about this conspiracy and about all the statements that she was making publicly. She said that these two cousins of hers, that is Harish Rao and Santosh Rao, who are around her father, always have manipulated him along with her brother and forced him to initiate a suspension against her. She said that her father and her brother are under manipulation of these two cousins who are trying to take over the BRS party. She even went on to allege that they might be the same two people, the same two BRS leaders also might be against the phone tapping case that was also going on KCR for a very long time, for almost 4 months now. She said that all the conspiracies against BRS or KCR or Kavita or KTR are being done by these two people who they should be put out, and that's what she was doing. But then because her father is manipulated by these two people, even though she's speaking truth, she's been called out and she's been suspended from the party right now.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. I'll want you to stay on with us. We're also getting more breaking news on the story. Now, speaking on this entire controversy, the breaking news coming in, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has taken a jibe and said the party which was behind several controversies has finally found itself in hot waters, calling it karma. The TDP, they said, and he says, which opened several opportunities for several people due to conspiracies, it became unviable in Telangana. Let's listen to what he said.
తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ ఒక అద్భుతమైన పార్టీ, చాలా మందికి అవకాశాలు కల్పించిన పార్టీ. కొంతమంది కుట్రల వల్ల ఆ పార్టీ కూడా ఈ రోజు తెలంగాణలో ఒక సమస్యను ఎదుర్కొంటుంది. మరి ఇన్ని దుర్మార్గాలు చేసిన మీరు మాత్రం ఎట్లా మనుగడ సాధిస్తారు? ప్రకృతి అనేది ఉంటుంది, ఆ ప్రకృతి శిక్షిస్తుంది. ఆ తర్వాత తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ ఒక అద్భుతమైన పార్టీ, చాలా మందికి అవకాశాలు కల్పించిన పార్టీ. కొంతమంది కుట్రల వల్ల ఆ పార్టీ కూడా ఈ రోజు తెలంగాణలో ఒక సమస్యను ఎదుర్కొంటుంది. మరి ఇన్ని దుర్మార్గాలు చేసిన మీరు మాత్రం ఎట్లా మనుగడ సాధిస్తారు? ప్రకృతి అనేది ఉంటుంది, ఆ ప్రకృతి శిక్షిస్తుంది.
As the family feud explodes, he says due to conspiracies, the TDP became unviable in Telangana. The party which was behind several conspiracies, Revanth Reddy, Chief Minister, says has finally found itself in hot waters, and he calls it karma. And this is what Revanth Reddy and Harish Rao, they say, she said, Kavita said, had planned to destroy the family while travelling together on a flight. Okay, I'm also going to go into reactions that are coming in. Now, we have Ravula Chandrasekhar Reddy, BRS spokesperson, who's now joining us on the phone line. This is the kind of controversy and family matter that leads to the Telangana Chief Minister calling it karma. What do you have to say about K. Kavita's resignation and the suspension by KCR of his daughter?
So we made it clear yesterday itself through a letter which is published even in the media today. It is an open statement by the party that she has been suspended for the anti-party activities she has actually done in the recent past. So there is nothing much to talk about again on the same issue. She is free to talk now. She is resigned from the MLC position also. Now suspension is in place and she has resigned from the primary membership. So whatever allegations they are made, they are all baseless, and definitely it is her personal opinion, her interview, she can speak anything. But as a party, there is nothing much to respond at this point in time. We will watch. And as far as the Chief Minister of Telangana, Revanth Reddy's statements are concerned, that is again, it become an order, for him to regularly criticize BRS party in whichever forum it is. It is a government function, non-government function, award ceremony, whichever the forum he takes up. For him, it's a habit. It become a regular practice to criticize BRS party. And end of the day, all these efforts are to weaken the BRS party, which is not possible with them. And whatever allegations, whatever criticism that make, people of Telangana knows it very clearly what happened in the past 10 years of Telangana rule. Before that, what was TRS contribution in formation of the separate Telangana and Sri KCR's role in formation of separate Telangana. So we will definitely, as a party, will face these allegations or criticism or whatever they have put in plan, And as a political party, we'll fight it out.
I do believe that this is a reading down, Mr. Reddy, of what has happened, because there is a storm that has broken out after KCR's daughter has been suspended. There is speculation rife that she might now form another party. She'd also gone to her brother. She'd tried to tell him what had been happening, but no one had taken a chord of what she said. I thank you for what you've said and for being with us. I also want to play out a reaction of D. Raja, politician that is coming in. Let's listen in to what he has said.
There are a lot of problems, inner party problems we are witnessing in BRS, and not only within the party, among personalities. It's happening. What is the real issue? We will have to wait and see. The real issue will come out. Now, clash of personalities and clash of their influences within the party. So many things are happening, and there are some issues also. What exactly the issues? What is the role of individual members, individual leaders? We will have to wait and see. But there is a compulsion, there is a pressure on her to resign from MLC, to resign from the party positions. How Mr. KCR is going to deal with this situation, how his family is going to deal with this situation, we will have to wait and see.
Now, viewers, the other top focus: continuous heavy rainfall has been witnessed in several parts of Jammu and Kashmir, with rivers swelling, flash flood-like situation reported across multiple districts in Rajouri. There's incessant downpour that has led to flood-like conditions, forcing authorities to remain on high alert. Meanwhile, in Doda's Bhalisa and also in Banderwa areas, there has also been torrential rains that have been continued for the second consecutive day, triggering a flood-like situation. Amid incessant rainfall, the Tavi River is in full spate. In Srinagar, the Jhelum River's water level rose significantly. Similarly, the Chenab River is in full spate due to continuous showers in the upper regions. I want to go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, there are floods in Punjab, in Himachal, in Jammu and Kashmir. There is rain fury that is being seen across North India. What are the key movements that you are picking up where you are?
See, if we speak of the present situation that is prevailing here at the Chinab Gadkhal, where we are present here, 40 people were stranded, but a couple of minutes back there was an operation that was carried out by the BSF in which they have rescued all 40 people that were stranded here, and now the situation that has developed since morning has been curtailed due to the BSF's intervention. That BSF pressed in 2 of their helicopters into the operation. It was a couple of minutes long operation in which all 40 lives have been saved, and now we are trying to speak to the locals. वो लोग जो फंसे थे उन्हें जो है BSF ने बचा लिया।
जी बिल्कुल, वहाँ पे जो लोग फंसे हुए थे 40 लोग, उनको BSF ने अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन किया हेलीकॉप्टर से, और पहले एक आप देख सकते थे, पहले भी निकाला, अभी फिर आया था हेलीकॉप्टर, उन्होंने निकाला। अभी आप पानी भी देख सकते हो किस स्पीड से पानी जा रहा है। अभी ये भी नहीं मालूम कि यहाँ पे कितने लोग फंसे हुए, क्योंकि उनसे अभी कोई कांटेक्ट नहीं है।
जिनसे कांटेक्ट था वो 40 निकाल,
हाँ वो सभी 40 निकाल दिए हैं। वो अभी
घर बार पूरा तबाह,
पूरा तबाह सर। यहाँ पे कम से कम हमारे 90 घर थे, 90 घर आपको देखिए यहाँ नज़र नहीं आ रहे हैं, कुछ भी घर नहीं नज़र आ। हमारी गुज्जर कोटली बस्ती थी ये गढ़खाल की, यहाँ पे कोई नज़र नहीं आ रहा है घर यहाँ पे हमारा।
So you can see the extent of damage that the river Chenab has caused, because even if Ashu is showing you the visuals here also, the level of the water is that much that it is increasing with each passing minute, and that's why the BSF was called in for the operation, and now the BSF within a 5-minute long operation has now rescued all the civilian. It was a brave operation that was carried out by the BSF teams because it was inclement weather conditions. But in the inclement weather condition, once again, one more helicopter has been brought in. One more helicopter at the rescue site, reason being that it is being said that there might be some more people, as this person was mentioning. I'll request Ashu to be on the visuals, that these are the live visuals of the BSF rescue operation that are being conducted. The relentless operation, not only securing the borders of the country, but also BSF carrying out these relentless operations, ensuring that those civilians that are still trapped in the area, they are rescued at an earliest. Earlier we saw 40 people so far rescued in the 2 sorties that have been carried out by the Border Security Force, and now also BSF choppers moving in the area, ensuring that if someone else is also trapped in this area, those who are unaccounted, at least for now, they can also be secured, because we have seen that the clear directions that came from the Ministry of Home Affairs to extend every possible help to the civilians, and now that civilians have been trapped in this very area. What has happened that the BSF has swung into the action, sortie after sortie. They got the 40 civilians back to the base, and now more sorties are being operated here in the Gadkhal area to actually look for those who are unaccounted in case there are any. Yes.
All right, it's wonderful. It's the cameras where Gursimran is, and Gursimran himself with that presence of mind that has captured the BSF choppers and the BSF rescue missions that are fully, completely committed to ensuring that we do have this flood-like situation and relief in this flood-like situation for the people. Viewers, also we're going to get you a report. Amid the continuous heavy rainfall in Punjab, a flood-like situation is also witnessed at the Gago Mahal village in Anjala, Amritsar. Rainfall has also been reported in Zirakpur on Wednesday morning, leading to traffic congestion in several parts of the city. And due to this rainfall, the water level in the dams across the state has risen significantly. Repair work is underway. Habib Ke Band embankment with assistance from the Indian Army and local residents is also being used. Here's that report from my colleague Lalit, who is in Gurdaspur.
इस वक्त हम गुरदासपुर के कालावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद है और किस तरह के हालात इस वक्त गांव के अंदर है। फिलहाल ये तस्वीरें अपने आप में आपको बयां कर रही होगी। तमाम तरह से जो गुरदासपुर जिला है वो पंजाब में सबसे ज्यादा प्रभावित जिला में से एक है और लगातार जिस तरह से पिछले 24 घंटों से बारिश हो रही है उसकी वजह से जो जनजीवन है वो बुरी तरह से प्रभावित हुआ है। उसके साथ साथ आपको बता दें कि डेरा बाबा नानक और खास तौर पर जो बॉर्डर के गांव हैं वहां पर लगातार पानी बढ़ा हुआ है, लेकिन अगर हम दूसरे गांव की बात करें तो वहां से धीरे धीरे पानी है वो कम हो रहा है। लेकिन रोड कनेक्टिविटी और आवाजाही की अगर हम बात करें तो उसका सीधा व्यापक असर है वो इन गांव में देखने को मिला है। कुछ गांव के लोग इस वक्त हमारे साथ, उनसे बात कर लेते हैं, जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि किस तरह के हालात यहां पर बने हुए हैं। सबसे पहले तो आपका नाम जानना चाहेंगे, किस तरह के हालात बने हुए हैं?
मेरा नाम सर लाडी है उर्फ अवतार सिंह। हालात बहुत बुरे हैं। जो लैंटर वाले कोठे हैं, पहले तो कच्चे कोठे हैं जो इधर गुरदासपुर साइड में आपको पता है 84 में जो हुआ है, उसके बाद में ये लैंटर वाले कोठे फट गए तो आप पानी का लेवल देख सकते हो। आज 5वां दिन है जो
लगातार एक हफ्ता हो गया है, धीरे धीरे पानी का लेवल जरूर कम हो रहा है, लेकिन अभी भी अगर हम हालातों की बात करें तो हालात अभी भी सामान्य नहीं बने हैं।
And we're also getting in breaking news that's coming in. Air India Express Trichy Shah Jahan was cancelled last minute. Yet again, another fiasco with Air India. This one had 176 passengers on board. Later, an alternate aircraft was arranged. Air India Express spokesperson said there was and admitted there was a technical snag. I want to try and go across to Harsha. Air India Express flight witnesses a tech snag. The Air India Express has now released a statement where they say one of our flights from Tiruchirappalli could not operate due to a technical issue. We regret the inconvenience. Guests have been provided meals and offered the choice of a full refund on cancellation or complimentary rescheduling. But when is this really going to stop? Let me go across to Harsha. Harsha, this is so many weeks and months after that horror that we witnessed, and yet again Air India does not seem to have made or learnt any lessons. What
Yes,
is
Rhythm,
really-
the apathy
yes.
seems to continue in the Air India and Air India Express fleet, which we're still witnessing from several routes. And today, it was the flight technical issue which was experienced in the Air India Express Tiruchirappalli to Sharjah. The flight was scheduled to depart at around 12 o'clock, but it couldn't depart because of the flight tech issue. And if you see the statement of Air India Express as well, Rhythm, it's a very generic statement where they have stated we are sorry for the inconvenience caused. The alternative flight arrangements are being done. So yes, we know that the alternate flight arrangements have been done by the Air India Express, but 176 passengers were stranded at Tiruchirappalli Airport while it was heavily raining at Tiruchirappalli Airport, and also the 176 passengers were stranded for more than 4 hours. Now the alternate aircraft has been arranged, and after 4 hours being stranded at Tiruchirappalli Airport, now the alternate flight has departed for Sharjah. But yes, in their statement also, Rhythm, there was no mentioning of what was the flight tech issue. Like always, Air India Express has still now not revealed like what was the tech issue. Into the DGC also in the prelim report, they have not mentioned exactly what was the internal flight tech issue because of which the flight could not depart. The 176 passengers were about to board at that particular time. The flight tech was experienced by the pilot when he went inside the cockpit, and it was told to the officials of the Air India Express that the flight could not depart. So immediately before the boarding could start, in fact, the flight tech issue was experienced in the aircraft, and that's why it was cancelled at that particular moment. The ones who wanted to cancel their flight, they got it cancelled. The one who rescheduled, they rescheduled for the alternate aircraft, but the means were offered as told by Air India Express. But the apathy of the passengers continue because one, they come 2 to 3 hours before at the airport to board the flight, and when there's a time to board the flight, immediately it's told to them that there's a tech issue. And again, for 4 hours, the passengers were stranded. It's not 1, 2 or 20 passengers. We are talking about 176 passengers who came to take their flight at the Tiruchirappalli Airport. Back to you.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. Harsha, it's a top focus we'll continue tracking and demanding answers on. Moving on to the other top focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the second day of the 4th edition of Semicon India 2025 at New Delhi. Prime Minister interacted with the innovators and industry leaders and looked at their innovations.
India is making significant strides in the semiconductor sector. India has made massive developments in the recent years in semiconductor chips. And to provide a common platform for all innovators and their innovations, the government organized the Semicon India event, which aims to catalyze India's semiconductor ecosystem. Prime Minister paid a visit to the event on the second day. Notably, Prime Minister also visited the event on the first day as well. Accompanied by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Prime Minister took stock of all the new innovations. He interacted with innovators and industry experts during his visit. On the first day, while addressing the event, Prime Minister Modi highlighted the importance of semiconductor chips in the coming years. Although the semiconductor industry continues to face some challenges, it has witnessed robust growth and is poised for even more.
We're now going to show you what the Indian Army Northern Command shares a new video on Operation Sindur.
ये कश्मीर में 90 के दशक के बाद सबसे बड़ी टारगेट किलिंग है और ऐसे में काफी भगदड़ पहलगाम इलाके में जो है वो मची हुई है।
6 जगह पे पाकिस्तान में 24 इम्पैक्ट्स हुए हैं भारत की तरफ से।
After my communication with the Pak DGMO, he proposed that we cease hostilities.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rudum, and this is a big relief that's coming in the CAA for all those people and persecuted minorities that have come to India from Afghanistan, from Bangladesh, by extending the deadline by 10 years for Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, Christians. All of these groups will now be eligible to stay in India without requiring their passports if they have arrived by December 31st, 2024. This is a new notification by the Home Ministry and a big relief to these people. First up, a look at our top headlines. Indian Army puts out new video of Operation Sindur _ ceasefire only after Pakistan's begging. In a big relief, Centre extends cut-off entry under CAA till December for those people to enter in India till December 2024. Sacked BRS MLC K. Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party and post of BRS MLC. FM Nirmala Sitharaman chairs 56 GST Council meeting, slashes in tax slabs expected. Monsoon mayhem across North India, floods disrupt normal life in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal and Delhi NCR.
And economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiated as soon as even possible.
Amid Trump clamped down on tariff, German foreign minister in India backs expedition of the FTA agreement. Viewers, our top focus, the Indian Army Northern Command has shared a new video on Operation Sindur. Indian Army now underscores the ceasefire only came after Pakistan's requested and begging. Repeat message comes in from the Indian Army, a warning also to Pakistan. It's the Pakistan DGMO that called them, begged for the ceasefire.
ये कश्मीर में 90 के दशक के बाद सबसे बड़ी टारगेट किलिंग है और ऐसे में काफी भगदड़ पहलगाम इलाके में जो है वो मची हुई है।
टोटल 6 जगह पे पाकिस्तान में 24 इंपैक्ट्स हुए हैं भारत की तरफ से।
After my communication with the Pak DGMO, he proposed that we cease hostilities.
We're also now joined by Colonel Shailendra Singh. Colonel Shailendra Singh, we are seeing how nation first, no compromise continues to be what the Indian Army has said. This video that has now been put out is also a very clear reminder to Pakistan not to indulge in terrorism.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. Let me tell you very clearly, Pakistan will never understand this language. That when them that yes, you are doing this, you are doing that, and don't do this, don't do that. Their bread and butter is only one, because they have an army which cannot fight. They have a ISI which can only strike from left, right, center, but never ever come in front for a war. This is not my statement. This is a statement from Pakistan. This is a statement from the world. Now, you were talking about this so-called ceasefire. You can please evaluate. Anyone, any right-thinking layman can also evaluate. Pakistan, if you were a winning team, why will you ask for the ceasefire? Then I should have asked for the ceasefire. If Trump says that you went to him asking for a ceasefire, then why did we had to dispute it? That no, Trump never spoke to us on this. We did not do a ceasefire because he told us. Above all, where is Kirana Hill? Is it in my territory, your territory? That is the only Kirana store which had your so-called nuclear arsenal, which you had gone and blackmailed or, tried to scare US that India is about to strike. That may also be a lie. The bigger part, the bigger picture. Whose 11 or 13 airfield got stuck? If it got stuck in India, then India would have asked for the ceasefire. It got stuck at a place which is called as Pakistan. And you had all your strategic aircrafts there. So who will ask? Who will ask for the ceasefire? I will ask or you will ask? Above all, 9 terrorist camps. We stuck, we claimed, we gave proof. You stuck what? Because when you can't even name one terror camp in India, how will you strike? So these are the proofs. But then these are proofs for a person who is not blind, who has got some eyes, who has got some senses. Pakistan won't have that. Pakistan, there is only one thing which they score outrightly, and I admire that for them. And that is false propaganda, false information, false picture. Wahan par jo dikhta hai, wahi bikta hai. That is the biggest asset of Pakistan, that the ISI and army controls everything, including the perception management, including what they see as a public, is all controlled by Pakistan. I can reassure Pakistanis, you got a very fantastic army which has never ever fought a war or won a war. But yes, they have always won elections. Is not again my saying, it is in your own country, you know it, you see it every day. So there is no point that I waste my time that whether Pakistan won or understands or not. Pakistan is already looking for routes in to India now from Nepal and other places. That itself shows now you don't have the guts, because you know Operation Sindur is on. Next one strike and India wants to read it as done by you. You know what is coming for you.
That's right.
And let us see your Chacha Tau Trump can how much protect you.
I also wanted to, Colonel Shailendra Singh, thank you for that. Go across to Major Samar Paltur, who's joining us now on the phone line. Major Samar Paltur, we've seen what Operation Sindur was about. You were right here in the studios of Republic TV when we were speaking about it. Today, another clear message comes in from the Indian Army warning Pakistan terrorism is not going to be tolerated in India.
I think
the message has already been made very amply clear to the Pakistanis regarding their misadventure, what they've done. And now whatever gimmicks that they are trying to do at the eastern front, like from Bangladesh, and finding new routes for infiltration to disturb the peace in probably the eastern states of India. So I think this time the hit will be more deep, it will be more precise, more lethal, and collateral will also be there. Initially, collateral was avoided, but collateral will be there so as to ensure that Pakistan does not have an infrastructure left to support terrorism, to carry out attacks against the people of India and the civilians of India. So I think message is amply clear, and the devastation effect is going to be much more in case they feel adventurous by this year end. That is what the speculative intelligence reports are saying, that they are regrouping, reorganizing the terrorist tanzeems, and with Hamas leadership who had visited POK in the month of January in 2025 and how they guided them how to go about the attacks. I think things are not going to be tolerated anymore. We have seen in the SCO summit, we've seen the joint statements which have come out, and the world is now aware that India has arrived, and India is dead serious about whatever it states and promises.
All right, absolutely and completely agree with you, Major Samar Paltur. This is a message that has gone out loud and clear, and India has underscored that the ceasefire narrative that India had stated that will continue. Let me also go across to our colleague Ishan joining us live on the story. Ishan, very, very clear message from India once again to Pakistan, a message that has been noted by the world and Pakistan, but we are re-emphasizing our concerns and our clear dedication to terrorism, to being against terrorism.
Absolutely. India has constantly maintained that the core terrorism values that have been used by Pakistan and these tactics used by Pakistan, such as death by 1,000 cuts, have no place in the modern world. They have been targeting civilians, and this is not acceptable at all. India has clearly sent out a message, not only nationally but internationally as well, at various forums, various levels and various summits. The foreign policy and defense posturing of India has been consistent that such kind of dastardly acts will not be tolerated and cannot be condoned at all. The messaging has been very clear, not only just through the diplomacy but through the army and military posturing as well. Just after Operation Sindur, India has gone into a frenzy of upgrading and updating its defense systems. The exercises that have come after that, international exercises that India is participating in, such as ones with the NATO countries and with currently ongoing with Egypt, and one Yuddhabhyas ongoing in the United States. Similarly, Prime Minister Modi, even at the SCO, had mentioned that SCO had mentioned that the Pahalgam terror attacks are not acceptable and should not have been carried out, and it is a consistent message from India that has been going out.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Ishan. This is a clear message that the army and India sends out once again to the world and Pakistan. There's more breaking news that's coming in, and this is horrifying. The breaking news from Madhya Pradesh's Indore, the biggest government hospital. The shocking incident that comes in states that the biggest hospital in Indore has seen 2 infants in this case, in this biggest government hospital premises that's been infested with rats, have bitten 2 newborns. One of them has lost her or his life. The other child also underwent surgery as a newborn and is currently critical on ventilator support. All right, the shocking news coming in as I'm reading out this update, reading on it. Both the newborns, the infants, have lost their life in the biggest state hospital in Indore. The hospital management had so-called a short straight action But the biggest thing is 2 newborns lose their lives. And why does this happen? Because this hospital they're infested with rats. They were bitten by rats inside the hospital. Hospital authorities also said the cause of death was pneumonia. But look at the visuals on the screen. This is horrifying. The rodent menace. Newborns attacked by rats and they lose their life. This shocking incident came to light after 2 infants were attacked by these rats on the night of 30th to 31st August at the neonatal ICU of Maharaja Yashwantra Hospital, one of the largest government hospitals in Madhya Pradesh. 2 babies sustained injuries, one on the hand, the other was bitten on the shoulder. It sparked outrage, rightly. Questions have been raised over the hygiene and safety standards at government hospitals in the aftermath. Some people have been suspended, but the largest thing that needs to be understood here, 2 innocents have lost their life. It is 2 newborns who've lost their life. And before we move on, I would like to get some reactions on the story, get some people speaking on the story, because newborns have been attacked by the rats. We have these visuals that we are looking at. We also have our reporter. First, let's listen in and see what Satya Vijay tells us from Indore.
एमवाई अस्पताल से हम आपको ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट दिखा रहे हैं कि चूहों का आतंक कितना ज्यादा है। मैं पहले तो आपको कैंपस जो अस्पताल का मुख्य गेट दिखाता हूँ। ये एमवाई अस्पताल है और ये देखिए ये चूहे, ये जो चूहे हैं यही चूहे एमवाई अस्पताल के मरीजों के लिए आतंक का पर्याय बने हुए हैं। इन्हीं चूहों की वजह से लोग परेशान हैं, मरीज परेशान हैं। उन्हें इस तरह से ये जो चूहे हैं वो कुतर रहे हैं। अभी 2 नवजात जो बच्चे हैं, जो बच्चियां हैं, उनकी मौत हुई। दोनों बच्ची जो कि NICU में भर्ती थी और उनको चूहों ने कुतरा। और ये आप देख रहे हैं चूहा, ये इससे स्पष्ट हो जाएगा कि यहाँ का प्रबंधन कितना झूठ बोल रहा है। प्रबंधन कह रहा है कि अभी हाल में चूंकि यहाँ इंदौर में ज्यादा बारिश हुई, जिस वजह से ये जो चूहे हैं ये जो बाहर निकल आए, जो आसपास बिल हैं उनसे बाहर निकल आए। दूसरी तरफ वो एक हवाला दे रहे हैं कि जो पेशेंट के परिजन है वो जो खाना लाते हैं उसकी वजह से ये अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर हमने बिल भी दिखाए, कितने बिल यहाँ कैंपस में बने हैं और ये चूहे आप देख रहे हैं, जिससे साफ स्पष्ट होता है कि जो प्रबंधन है यहाँ का वो झूठ बोलता है। जिससे हमने लाइव आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई कि चूहे यहाँ पर किस तरह से घूम रहे हैं और मरीजों के लिए आतंक का पर्याय बने हुए हैं। जितेंद्र वर्मा जी एमवाई अस्पताल के उप अधीक्षक जो हैं हमारे साथ हैं। सर, एक दुखद सूचना फिर आई है कि जो दूसरी बच्ची है उसकी भी मौत हो गई।
ये सही है कि जो बच्ची हमारे यहाँ भर्ती थी, बेबी ऑफ रेहाना, वो उसके कंजेनाइटल एनोमली थी, उसको आंतों की विकृति थी, जिसके लिए हमारे चिकित्सालय में जो सर्जन्स हैं उनकी जो टीम है उन्होंने उसका 7 दिन पहले ऑपरेशन किया था। लेकिन ऑपरेशन के पश्चात भी उसकी कंडीशन डे बाय डे क्रिटिकल होती गई और वो गंभीर अवस्था में यहाँ भर्ती थी और वेंटिलेटर पे उसका 3 दिन से उसका उपचार चल रहा था। और आज दोपहर करीब लगभग 1 बजे के आसपास उसकी मृत्यु हुई है। और जो हमारे चिकित्सकों ने जो उपचार किया था उनसे भी हमने जानकारी प्राप्त की है, तो उसको सेप्टिसीमिया के कारण उसकी मृत्यु हुई है, ये बताया है उन्होंने। और बाकी कंजेनिटल एनोमली के कारण ऐसे बच्चों को बचाया जाना भी बहुत मुश्किल पड़ता है, क्योंकि पैदाइशी विकृति बड़ी मुश्किल से ही ठीक हो पाती है, चाहे अपन ऑपरेशन कर लें या उसका दूसरे तरीके से इलाज करें।
इस बच्ची को भी चूहे ने कुतरा था, काटा था?
हाँ, इस बेबी को चूहे ने कुतरा था, लेकिन उसको बहुत ही माइनर एब्रेजन, जरा सा एक इंडेक्स फिंगर में और मिडिल फिंगर पे छोटा सा एब्रेजन था। कोई ऐसी मेजर इंजरी उसको रेट बाइट की नहीं थी।
कल एक नवजात की मौत हुई जैसे चूहे ने हाथ में कुतरा था, आज ये दूसरे नवजात की मौत हो गई।
हाँ, इसकी मौत का कारण तो सेप्टिसीमिया है और उसको जो कंजेनिटल एनोमली थी उसके कारण इसकी मृत्यु हुई है। और बाकी जो
कारण तो आप कल वाले में भी नहीं मान रहे हैं कि चूहे से हुई, लेकिन दिख तो रहा है, लापरवाही तो दिख रही है।
सामान्य तौर पे चूहे के काटने से तत्काल मृत्यु होना संभव नहीं रहती है। और चूंकि इनको पूर्व से ही गंभीर बीमारी थी और उसका उपचार लगभग 1 हफ्ते से इसका उपचार चल रहा था।
नहीं मानते कि किसी तरह की लापरवाही हुई अस्पताल?
इसमें जो भी घटनाक्रम हुआ है उसके लिए हमारे यहाँ जो प्रबंधन और प्रशासन है वो निरंतर उसके मुस्तैदी से काम कर रहा है और उसमें सुधार की, चूंकि आवश्यकता है और इसलिए निरंतर हम लोग पेस्टिसाइड का जो ट्रीटमेंट निरंतर रूप से कर रहे हैं और इसके लिए हमने विशेष रूप से नर्सिंग ऑफिसर्स की मीटिंग भी बुलाई है, उनको स्पेशल निर्देश भी दिए हैं।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि 3 से 4 दिन में ये चूहे आए अस्पताल में, सही है? यही कह रहे हैं ना, रिपोर्ट में भी यही आपने बोला है।
अब ये जो चूहा जो वहाँ पे जो नोटिफाई किया गया था, बाकी चिकित्सालय में अन्य जगह कहीं पे भी हमको ऐसी खबर नहीं मिली है कि कहीं पे चिकित्सा
देखें, 1 यूनिट के बाहर देखें या तमाम जगह देखें, कैंटीन के आसपास देखें, सैकड़ों बिल बने हुए हैं जो चूहों ने बनाए हैं, जहाँ पर चूहे हैं वो आप मतलब झूठ बोल रहे हैं साहब साहब।
खुले मैदान में जो बिल और ये
कैंपस के अंदर की बात कर,
हाँ जो कैंपस में भी जो खुला मैदान है वहाँ पे कई बार ये जो परिजन है मरीजों के वो खाने की सामग्री डाल देते हैं, उससे भी ये दिक्कतें आती है। और अभी बारिश के कारण ये अभी दिक्कत बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ी है तत्काल, और इसमें पानी बढ़ने से ये सब दिक्कतें बढ़ती जा रही है।
This is such a horror, and I'm going to try and go across to Satya Vijay. But viewers, I'm first going to give you the details. This is the largest hospital, government hospital in Indore. It is infested by rodents. I shudder to think of the death of these 2 newborns, how they died and how they were bitten. These newborns in the ICU, the neonatal. And what is most surprising for me or for any person is that this is the neonatal ICU. A neonatal ICU is the ICU which has to be considered to be sacrosanct, even more pure than another ICU, because it is only for newborns. And in that ICU, on the night of 31st August, these rats were there. There was no attendant there, no nurse superintendent there, and they easily went to the cots of these 2 newborns and bit them, and they succumbed to those injuries yesterday. Adding, they've now said that there were many other causes for their death, but that's also because they were in the neonatal. Let me go across to Satya Vijay, joining us live on the story. Satya Vijay, आपने एक attendant से वहाँ पे बात की थी, someone who's representing that hospital, and he very clearly, casually said कि हाँ इनकी मौत निमोनिया से हुई है. Obviously अगर वो ICU में है तो उनको कुछ प्रॉब्लम थी, बट नर्स सुपरिंटेंडेंट्स कहाँ थे, डॉक्टर्स कहाँ थे, कोई वहाँ पे मौजूद क्यों नहीं था जब ये रैट्स और रोडेंट्स वहाँ पे थे?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल वाजिब सवाल आपने किया। जो अस्पताल प्रबंधन है, सुपरिटेंडेंट हैं या उप अधीक्षक हैं, वो साफ तौर पर इस बात से इनकार कर रहे हैं कि चूहों की काटने की वजह से मौत हुई। वो तमाम बीमारियों का हवाला दे रहे हैं। लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है, इंदौर मध्य प्रदेश के बड़े शहरों में से एक है। एमबाई अस्पताल सरकारी अस्पतालों में सबसे बड़े अस्पतालों में से एक है। यहाँ पर NICU में जो चूहे हैं वो उस ट्रे में घूम रहे हैं जिस ट्रे में क्रिटिकल बच्चों को रखा जाता है। वो चूहे बच्चों को हाथ में और कंधे पे काट रहे हैं, और जब चूहे बच्चों को काटेंगे तो क्रिटिकल है तो उनमें इन्फेक्शन और ज्यादा बढ़ेगा, और इसी वजह से कल एक बच्चे की मौत हुई और आज दूसरी बच्ची की मौत हुई। इसके बाद भी बेशर्मी ये है कि अस्पताल प्रबंधन ये कहता है कि चूहे अभी हाल फिलहाल में आए हैं, 3 से 4 दिन में आए हैं, और इसके पीछे उनका तर्क है कि अस्पताल में चूहे इसलिए आ गए क्योंकि इंदौर में तेज बारिश हुई, और इस बारिश की वजह से चूहे जो पेस्ट कंट्रोल किया जाता है हॉस्पिटल में वो बह गया। दूसरा हवाला वो ये दे रहे हैं कि अस्पताल में जो मरीज के परिजन वो खाना लाते हैं, इससे चूहे अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। उनका ध्यान इस ओर नहीं है कि चूहे अस्पताल में आ क्यों रहे हैं। हमने वो तमाम बिल दिखाए जो बिल चूहों ने बनाए, ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट की हमने, जिसमें हमने कम से कम 10 से 12 ऐसे बिल दिखाए जिससे कि चूहे अस्पताल के अंदर पहुंचते हैं, मरीजों को परेशान करते हैं। हमने आई विटनेस से बात की जिसने बताया कि उसके पिता को चूहे ने काटा। इसके बाद भी अस्पताल प्रबंधन बस यही कह रहा है कि क्रिटिकल बीमारियां थी, ICU में क्रिटिकल जो बच्चे उन्हीं को रखा जाता है, उनकी डेथ बीमारी की वजह से हुई है, अपनी गलती नहीं मान रहे हैं। जबकि स्वास्थ्य विभाग ने नोटिस दिया है, स्पष्टीकरण मांगा है, जांच टीम गठित कर दी गई है। निचले स्तर के जो कर्मचारी हैं, जैसे कि नर्स हुई, वहां पर मौजूद जो नर्स है उनको सस्पेंड कर दिया है, नर्स के जो सुपरवाइजर है उनको हटा दिया है, जिस एजेंसी को ठेका दिया था इन सब कामों को देखने का, और उस पर जुर्माना लगाया है। लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है कि अस्पताल को अपनी गलती मानना चाहिए। वो जिस तरह से झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि अस्पताल में चूहे नहीं है, वो सरासर गलत है, क्योंकि हमने अपने कैमरे में भी चूहे को अस्पताल में चहलकदमी करते हुए, अस्पताल कैंपस में चहलकदमी करते हुए कैद किया है। तमाम बिल दिखाए हैं जिनको चूहों ने बनाया है। लोगों से बात की है जो कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर अव्यवस्थाएं हैं, और ऐसे में मासूम बच्चों की मौत हो जाती है, और प्रबंधन सिर्फ ये बात करता कि कमेटी बना दी है, जांच करेंगे, सस्पेंड कर दिया है। तो क्या वो इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि किसी और बच्चे की इस तरह से मौत हो?
This is a horrifying death, and I wouldn't wish this on anyone, Satya Vijay. And least of all children, least of all newborns. This is also a message that should go across to the government to take better care in state hospitals and not to let just mere transfer or suspension of nurses be enough. Thank you, Satya Vijay, for giving us those details. We will track the story to try and ensure justice. The other top focus, Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and felicitated all personnel who successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on Karegutalu Hill earlier this year. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present. Take a look.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and facilitated the CRPF, Chhattisgarh Police, DRG and Cobra Battalion personnel. These brave hearts successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on Karegutalu Hill. Operation Black Forest was a major 21-day anti-Maoist operation conducted from April 21st to May 11th this year. The operation took place in a known Maoist stronghold on the Karegutalu Hills on the Chhattisgarh-Telangana border. The operation successfully eliminated top Maoist leaders, disrupted their networks, and resulted in destruction of numerous hideouts and explosive caches. Union Home Minister during the event also interacted with the security personnel. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present at the event.
Coming up after a short break, there's a big CAA relief by the Modi government. All the persecuted minorities are not going to be deported. And monsoon mayhem across North India. Floods disrupt normal life in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal and also Delhi NCR.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little little smaller jug. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Indian Army puts out new video of Operation Sindur _ ceasefire only after Pakistan's begging. In a big relief, Centre extends the cut-off entry under CAA till December of 2024. Sacked BRS MLC K. Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party and post of BRS MLC. FM Nirmala Sitharaman chairs 56th GST Council meeting, slashes in tax slabs expected. Monsoon mayhem across North India, floods disrupt normal life in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, even Delhi NCR.
And economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiated as soon as even possible.
Amid Trump climbed down on tariffs, Germany foreign minister in India backs expedition of FTA agreement. Welcome back, friends. Let's begin this bulletin with an important update coming in from the Ministry of Home Affairs. It's a huge respite from the centre to the members of minority communities who have migrated from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Minorities in those countries, essentially Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians who came to India till December of 2024 to escape religious persecution will now be allowed to stay in the country if they do not have a passport or other travel documents, according to the Union Home Ministry circular. Now, what this means is that the privileges of CAA get extended to them. Of course, under CAA, they also get the right to become citizens. In this case, they are only getting the privileges of continuing to stay in India beyond the original cutoff, which was in the last instance as per CAA till 2014. And now that date extends to 2024. There is still not clarity whether this is going to, at some stage, if not immediately, translate into citizenship. Let's go to Harsha on that note. Harsha, while the Union Home Ministry notification is clear that if these persecuted minorities do not have a passport, do not have any other valid travel document, they can continue to stay in India. But in the case of CAA, till 2014, they could get citizenship also. In the present instance, does the notification say anything about the possibility of these people becoming citizens of the country?
Yes, Abhishek, there's a possibility of those getting the Indian citizenship. Also, in the 2014 notification, they had to show their passport and the valid travel date from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, or Pakistan, and on what lines religiously they were persecuted. They needed a valid document of each and everything. But right now, the notification clearly says those who came back before 31st December 2024, they can extend, they can stay here, they can get the Indian citizenship, and they also don't have to show their valid travel date, and also don't require the passport, which was not earlier in the earlier order which was passed, which clearly stated the ones who came before 2014. So we can clearly say there's a huge relief for the minorities, for the Buddhists, Hindus, Sikhs, and also for the Parsis and Jainis who were religiously persecuted in these countries, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and have now entered India. And also, Abhishek, we spoke to several people and officials in the Home Ministry. They clearly stated that in the span of 2 years, there has been immense rise in the religious persecution of the minorities in the countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And therefore, it was the need of the hour that the extension should be given. Also, there was demand from the minority community mostly that there should be extension, because many came after 2022, and also they don't have the dated ones who came before 2014, and after that who came, there was a continuous demand of the extension of the time limit, extension of the date, and therefore this order has now come out today in the website of MHA. Also, the order has been put up, and the official sources clearly states that soon it will be in the reality, and the provisions for it will begin in ground soon. Back to you.
Okay, we have BJP MP Kamaljeet Sehrawat joining us, in fact, on the phone. Very good evening to you, Ms. Sehrawat. And this essentially means that the Modi government has extended the benefits of CAA to those who have come and are staying and do not comply with the CAA cutoff date of 2014. You expect opposition on this move, given the fact that CAA itself was opposed a lot by the political parties?
देखिए सर, विपक्ष का आज की डेट में जो उनका टेम्परामेंट हो चुका है, वो तो देखते ही नहीं है कि किस पॉलिसी की क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है, वो कितना सेंसिटिव है। जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ये लोग क्रिटिसाइज कर सकते हैं, तो सीए तो उनके निशाने पर रहेगा। लेकिन मैं एचएम सर का बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने इस कट ऑफ डेट को जो एक्सटेंड किया है, जो चेंज किया है। हमारे अपने लोग जो कि हमें लगता है जिनके लिए हमने सीए किया था, अगर उनको अप्लाई करने में कुछ डेट्स की कमी रह गई थी, तो ये डेट बढ़ाकर उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा हुआ है और मैं इसका बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ।
आप स्वागत करती हैं, और आपके पास कमलजीत जी कोई आंकड़े होंगे कि कितने लोगों को इससे फायदा होगा भारत में जो आए हुए हैं पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान और बांग्लादेश से?
देखिए, अभी एग्जैक्ट आंकड़ा तो कहना और सिर्फ एक वैसी फिगर देना ठीक नहीं होगा, बट मुझे लगता है कि ये एक सिग्निफिकेंट नंबर होगा। और ये सिग्निफिकेंट नंबर लेकिन इतना नहीं है, इससे ज्यादा जो हमारे देश के अंदर रोज बांग्लादेश घुसपैठिया जो कर रहे हैं, उनसे बहुत अच्छा है कि हमारा एक कैलकुलेटेड नंबर जो हमारी कंट्री के अंदर आस्था रखता है, जो अपने देश में आना चाहता है, उनके लिए पॉलिसी बनाई गई है। तो नंबर तो मुझे एग्जैक्ट नहीं कह सकती हूँ, लेकिन ये नंबर इतना है जो कि भारत के अंदर आराम से जिसको हम अकोमोडेट कर सकते हैं।
जी, मैं आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कमलजीत जी कि अभी थोड़े दिन पहले कंट्रोवर्सी हुई थी जिसमें सैयदा हमीद हैं, उन्होंने बोला था कि जो बांग्लादेशी आ रहे हैं उनको भी आने दीजिए, और ये वही लोग हैं जो सीएए का प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। तो क्या ऐसा वो लोग अब ये कहेंगे कि क्योंकि आप इन लोगों को आने दे रहे हैं जो तकलीफ में हैं, तो बांग्लादेश में अगर कुछ बांग्लादेशी तकलीफ में है तो उनको भी आने दीजिए, क्यों रोक रहे हैं?
हमारा भारत देश हमेशा एक बहुत भाईचारे वाला देश रहा है, लेकिन ये भी सत्य है कि हमारे देश की अपनी सीमाएं हैं, अपने रिसोर्सेज की सीमाएं हैं। अगर वो व्यक्ति जिसके धर्म के नाम पर जिनके देश का निर्माण हुआ और जहां वो आस्था रखते हैं, तो उन लोगों के लिए ये कानून नहीं बनाया गया है। ये कानून बहुत स्पेसिफिक है। वो लोग जो उन देश की सीमाओं में रह गए कि ये लोग हमें अपना लेंगे, हमें कभी अपना होने का यहाँ पर सम्मान मिलेगा, और उन्होंने नहीं अपनाया सिर्फ इसलिए कि उनका धर्म अलग था
जी।
तो इसीलिए ये उन लोगों के लिए है, 5 धर्म जो माइनॉरिटीज में वहां पर रहे, लेकिन माइनॉरिटीज में जिनका दमन किया गया, तो जिन लोगों का अपना कंट्री है। हमारा कंट्री इतना सक्षम नहीं है, हालांकि हम समय समय पर सबकी मदद करते हैं, बिना धर्म देखे हुए हर कंट्री में मदद भेजते हैं, लेकिन हमारे अपने देश की लिमिटेशन है। हम जिस अपने चैलेंजेस से फेस कर रहे हैं, हम सबको नहीं बुला सकते, हम उनकी वहीं पर मदद करते हैं, लेकिन हमारे देश की संस्कृति, आस्था में विश्वास रखने वाले, हमारे देश के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ने वाले लोगों का यहाँ हमेशा सम्मान रहा है और ये कानून उनके लिए है। ये बिल्कुल सही बात है।
जी कमल जी, सहरावत जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ फोन पर जुड़ने के लिए। बीजेपी MP from Delhi, Kamalji Sehrawat, putting across the point of view of the BJP on the issue of extension. Okay, I think we're getting a breaking news development that's connected with the GST Council, the meeting for which was going on. In fact, as per information available, health insurance is likely to get cheaper. GST Council has approved series of measures to make businesses easy and likely to be approved. Time-bound GST registration for startups. These are other measures that are being announced. GST reforms. So it's not just about tinkering with the tax slabs. It's about overall overhaul of GST regime. And so, for example, health insurance is likely to get cheaper. It might get into the lower tax slab. Also, the GST Council has approved other measures to make ease of doing business better. The ease of doing business index little better, which includes, for example, time-bound registration of GST for startups and for the MSME sector, and then automated GST refunds to be approved. All those things are being discussed and are on the table. These are pictures coming in from inside the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, where the GST Council meeting is taking place. Remember, it's a federal body which has representation from all the states and union territories of the country apart from the union government, and chaired by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. All the state finance ministers also present, almost all, if not all, and both from the BJP governments in the states and of course the opposition parties wherever they rule. And it's a collective decision, unanimous decision that is taken in this federal body. It's going to continue its deliberations over the next day and a half, in the sense that it's been going on since morning and it's going to go on all of tomorrow. Also, Niranjan joins us live from our newsroom for more on this. Niranjan, so initial expectation was that there would only be some tinkering of the tax slabs, but this information that you are getting suggests that this is going to be a major overhaul of the entire GST regime.
Abhishek, we're picking up bits and pieces from inside the GST Council meeting, and Harsha has been able to share some of the details of what we can expect. It appears than just GST reforms that will impact businesses, it appears like the larger implication could also be on small businesses, on middle class, MSMEs, and some of the details that we are picking up. Just a few pointers. For example, health insurance could get cheaper, but the insurance providers are not really happy about that. That's another debate altogether. GST Council also likely to approve time-bound GST registration. They're going to simplify the GST registration process, make it simpler. Some timelines saying that the registration process could be brought down. The timeline could be brought down to just about 3 days. For example, the refund process for exports, that's a complaint that many exporters had. On that front, the timeline for issuance of refunds can be brought down to 7 days, we are being told. Export refund could be likely within 7 days, and that too in a simplified automated process. An automated GST refund is likely to be approved in the GST Council, which is currently meeting in the national capital. And we are also expecting some of these GST reforms that will directly impact the MSME sector. MSMEs have been some of the struggling sectors in India since COVID hit, and hoping that, there has been a lot of support, of course, given by the government in the last few years in every single budget. But since exports will be hit, they're looking at export sector specific references also to exporters, some sort of relief in terms of getting refunds faster. These are being discussed according to the inputs that we're picking up. And we are also hearing that life-saving drugs likely to get cheaper after the new slabs kick in. Health insurance likely to get cheaper. It is going to be more affordable for citizens. Big relief, of course, also for taxpayers. For example, you're looking at tax slabs coming down, and which will directly impact, of course, purchases of the common man. The middle class especially will be directly impacted when these tax slabs come down. When the two slab structure is proposed. And for all our viewers who are wondering what the tax structure is, we've been getting the details of it. The Prime Minister made a mention of it on the 15th of August when he said that 5% for essentials, 18% for non-essentials, and that it will basically replace the current 4 slabs that we have, which are 5%, 12%, 18%, 28%. All of that will just be rationalized to 5% and 28%, which is going to just simplify things, bring down prices of a lot of items. But of course, those who can afford some of the luxury goods, for them there is always that 40% slab that will continue, which is going to be the sin goods or the luxury slab for items such as tobacco. Of course, cigarettes likely to get more expensive, and cars costing 50 lakhs an hour. Luxury cars, I mean, it won't really impact any of us, Abhishek. We can't afford all of that. But a GST rate cut expected to close to about 175 items, according to different reports. Abhishek, I'm sure you have some more inputs of your own on this, and you can share that too. Harsha's joining us with what she's picking up from that GST Council meeting.
Yeah, thank you so much, Niranjan, for that lowdown. We can go to Harsha for more on this. Harsha, with all this information coming in, though, of course, we can say with certain finality only after the meeting is over, which is tomorrow. But it seems that these issues are being deliberated, and all these reforms that are being talked about are being discussed and on the table. How much of this you think has bipartisan support in terms of the opposition states also backing the government, if you are getting to hear something on this from the meeting?
So, Abhishek, 7 hours of meeting took place today. It started at 11 o'clock, and right now, what the sources and information has come out from the GST Council meeting is very important, because many of the opposition ministers who participated in the GST Council meeting, they also stated that there should be relief for the MSMEs. And in this meeting, what we have got to know is that not only for the Indian citizens, not only for the armed public, what we say in our language, but also for the MSMEs and the startups in this GST Council meeting have been looked that they must be given relief, and that is the reason for citizens of the country. The health insurance is now much cheaper. The rates have gone down, and if we talk about the MSMEs, for the startups, the timelines have been reduced. Earlier, it was very problematic for the startups. There was a fixed timeline, and there was no one to listen to. Every time they had to fill the form and go to the manual way if they want the refund also in their startups, in their MSMEs, in any industry they put forward. And now we have got to know that the timeline has also been reduced. The relief and the refund to the startups and the MSMEs will come in 7 days. And also several reforms like this has been done for the MSME startups, and eventually for those women also who have started their new business. So we can say that just this GST Council went on very well. Also, there was huge support which was gathered from the opposition parties as well. And likely, I would like to tell you that especially from Telangana, the minister literally applauded when in the inside of the meeting when Nirmala Sitharaman announced about the GST reforms for the startup sector. The one who won to applaud was the Hyderabad minister, because he clearly stated that there were several Telangana startups also which were facing because of the huge GST rates, and it's a huge relief that the MSMEs and startups are looked into. So right now, what we are gathering from this meeting is that it's day 1 went very well, and the huge relief and the good info which we are getting for the citizens and MSMEs and the startups especially. Back to you.
All right. Has the meeting ended, Harsha, for the day? Or is it going on still?
So, Abhishek, right now, few ministers have come out, but right now we are waiting for the FM only to come out. Right now, FM has not come out yet. We are waiting for the FM and the secretary also to come out and share more information and the official release also for the day 1.
All right. Day 1 of the GST Council meeting, and some big relief measures being discussed there, as Harsha informs us from the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, where the meeting is taking place. Of course, final announcement to take place only after all the deliberations are over, and that's going to happen tomorrow afternoon. Marathon meeting been on from 11 a.m. onwards. It's been about 6 hours, and the finance minister is still closeted inside, which means that we are going to see some announcement possibly only after she comes out. Moving on for now, and okay, we are trying to connect some phone-ins to understand the implications of this development, both political and economic. Remember, GST is about political economy because this is about a decision as to whether certain things can be made more affordable, certain things can be made cheaper, certain things perhaps can afford more tax because they classify as sin goods in the sense that they are not connected with the leitmotif of daily life. They are more like indulgences, and for which people can pay more. The rich particularly can be taxed extra, and that is the reason why this whole reform idea of changing the GST from 4 slabs which exist today, which includes 5, 12, 18 and 28 to 2 slabs. We are trying and connecting with people there on the ground to understand the implications. But remember, this is something which was in demand for a few years by the opposition parties also, that GST needs reform. Even for the government, it has been a learning curve. Remember, GST is a reform which was in the making for more than 2 decades when the Moody government decided to bite the bullet and bring it in 2017 at some political cost. There were elections coming in, and yet the Modi government decided that this is an idea whose time has come. A second round of fine-tuning and reforms can take place based on experience, and that is why the GST law itself provided for 5 years of a gestation period in which the center would compensate any of the states suffering revenue losses on the count of these reforms for the 5 years, and it was then extended. And now with this reform, which is of course, which has a broad-based political demand also, the government has come to discuss this along with political parties, opposition party-ruled states also. I'm going back to Niranjan in the newsroom for more. Niranjan, this is a bipartisan federal body where the decisions are taken unanimously. I mean, in the GST Council, if there is a dissenter, no decision gets taken. So obviously, it is safe to conclude that whatever is decided and announced would have the backing of all states. Yet we have, Niranjan, I could go to Kishore Subramaniam first. He's joining us over the phone, a financial affairs expert joining us from Chennai. Kishore Subramaniam, if you are getting me, a lot of reforms, we are getting information of a lot of reforms coming out of the GST Council meeting. It seems it is not just about tinkering with the tax slabs, it's about overhauling the entire system, including making it a little easier to register for GST or to get out of it. And remember, I've heard people say that registering GST is easy, but shutting it off is even more difficult. So all those reforms now being discussed, you think it's a bipartisan affair and everyone would be on board, including the opposition parties?
Yeah, everybody should be on board until unless you are doing this opposition politics with calling everything as with a colored, seeing everything with a colored lens. See, my subject is very clear that these are second generation reforms. I think this is long overdue. I think the pricing difference in terms of the GST slabs is also should be made different, which is obviously announced. But what is important for us to understand is that the ease of doing business is very critical, and these are one of the biggest bottlenecks, because today to get a GST number it takes 20 days, and to surrender it takes even more. Forget about the cost. So ease of doing business for every single state, every businessman should be happy about it, whether it is a shopkeeper or a large corporate. I honestly think there should be no politics on this. Some things are good for the nation. We can't look at everything from the view of a political party or a vision which supports the nation and not a particular party.
Yeah, obviously, but we have heard the clamor of voices, Kishore, from the opposition finance minister saying that if there is any revenue loss, the center should compensate. These are the same opposition parties which actually want this reform to happen, but then want to, cover their financial or fiscal situation, even as it wants to make the BJP government at the center really take a quick decision on these reforms. So some double standards there?
Yeah, absolutely. Abhishek, you will not forget the fact of that these are the same opposition states which said that our due for GST has not been paid. But there was no case, nothing. Ultimately, the things were paid on time because there's a ministry and the commission working on this. There's a full committee working and nobody can snatch anybody's share. So these kind of, wild allegations, not substantiating, is as good as your vote chori business. You just keep saying something, don't file a case, don't file any FIR. I am telling you one thing very clearly. If there is a revenue loss, the committee does not have BJP. The committee has all parties. So let's be very clear that it's not a BJP decision. It's a GST, GOM, and the GOM consists of every party member. So let's be very clear that if they had an objection, they should have raised it inside the GOM.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this whole thing about insurance, for example, even voices within the government, the likes of Nitin Gadkari were very vocal about it, Kishore, about reducing the GST on health insurance premium so that insurance sector can pass it on to the end consumer. As in the case of insurance, so rest of the sectors, Kishore, you think, final question to you, that ultimately all these reforms that are being discussed and might get announced tomorrow by the GST Council are going to have an impact only and only if the industry passes it on to the end consumer?
Industry has to pass on this end consumer because what is applicable is that when I bill you 100 rupees while selling a calculator, I add the GST. So if the GST from 18 goes to 12%, I have to reduce. So if there is a health insurance premium and the GST on the health insurance premium is waived off, for example, then that has to be passed on. So I don't think so the GST indirect tax can be held back. Yes, interest rate, softening of interest rate, repo rate cuts, these are things which, the consumer may not get the benefit, but GST is a direct benefit we'll get despite that being an indirect tax. It will get passed on. What will happen is that the consumption will increase and the individual will have more bandwidth on having liquidity. Though I don't think so that this will have any impact on the macro in terms of the GDP or numbers. What it will have an impact is a sense of satisfaction.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, Kishore Subramaniam. Akash Jindal, Economist, joins us. He's joining us live, in fact. Very good afternoon, Akash. And please tell us, what are the benefits that you and I as end consumers can look at from these reforms that are being talked about?
See, now what we are expecting is that perhaps the slabs would be reduced into 2 slabs. That, if it is done, it's going to be a huge benefit for you, me, and the consumers. Because what is happening is the great Indian demand booster Navratri and Diwali are coming. Now what happens is these are days when we Indians find things auspicious buying. So I think buying would be boosted. So the common man, the middle class person, now he has lots of aspirations. Once the prices drop, India is a price sensitive economy. He'll have the opportunity of buying all those things he has been aspiring for. So he can give family happiness to his family, because middle class, what happens, there's always an issue. How much are you earning and how much are you spending? There's always a challenge between income and expenditure. So it's a good, I would say it would be a huge gift for the middle class. If it is brought down to 2 slabs, it would be a double Diwali for middle class. They'll buy everything which they aspire. Plus for the economy also, it's going to be a booster, because what happens is when middle class buys, consumption increases, and consumption is the strength of Indian economy. What would happen? Manufacturing would increase, job opportunities would increase, income tax collection would increase. And very interestingly, I can give you detailed data. The calculation of my organization, akashindal.in, is GST collection finally wouldn't drop, because sale of things would rise up to such an extent that GST collection would be the same. So what we call in Hindi, aam ke aam gutliyon ke daam.
Absolutely. Early Diwali there, and building up to the festive season, the government contributing it. Prime Minister, of course, announced it from the Red Fort. Thank you so much, Akash Jindal, for joining us. With that, we have to slip in a short break, but I come back on the other side with monsoon mayhem across North India and the stories that it's bringing of tragedy and, of course, resilience.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
कलरफुल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा रिसीव करता आया सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखकर
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with
All right, welcome back, friends. Monsoon continues across North India, from Jammu and Kashmir to Himachal, from Himachal to Punjab, and from Punjab to, of course, Delhi NCR. It's stories of landslides, of roads caving in, bridges collapsing, and, of course, flood waters in the vicinity of rivers, even as people fight back. And the government, of course, backs them. Let's focus on that. But before, headlines. Republic gets exclusive inside scoop on GST Council meeting. Sources say big relief expected for startups and MSME sector. Indian Army puts out new video of Operation Sindur underscores ceasefire only after Pakistan's begging. In a big relief, Centre extends cut-off entry under CAA till December of 2024. Sagged BRS leader Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party and the post of BRS MLC. FM Nirmala Sitharaman shares 56th GST Council meeting, slashes in tax slabs expected. Monsoon mayhem across North India, floods disrupt normal life in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and Delhi NCR.
And economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiated as soon as even possible.
Amid Trump clamped down on tariffs, German foreign minister in India backs expedited FTA agreement talks. All right, welcome back, friends. In fact, let's begin this with a breaking news development coming in, and this is first on Republic. Banu Mushtak, the one who won the Booker Prize recently, has broken her silence on the Mysuru Dasara controversy. The Mysuru Dasara, she was an invitee there, and the BJP, in fact, had objected to Banu Mushtak coming in and be a guest at an event which is essentially a religious festival, since Banu Mushtak does not subscribe to the religion. We have a soundbite, in fact. Let's listen to her first, then we go to our Kannada newsroom. Okay, we have a soundbite of Banu Mushtak, the Booker Prize winner, short story writer from Kerala, and she was invited as a special guest for the Mysuru Dasara celebrations by the Karnataka government, which was objected to by the BJP, which is in opposition in the state, and because she does not practice the religion of which the Mysuru Dasara forms part of, the Hindu religion, and now I think she has come out and put across her point of view on this. Let's listen to her.
Yes, I'm highly grateful to the people of Karnataka 7 crores of Kannadigas. I am highly grateful to them, and I am thankful and grateful to the state government and to the Chief Minister Mr. Siddaramaiah, and I am also thankful to the district administration, Mysore.
They are all invited to your family also.
Yes. Yeah. It's a total invitation, not only to me, to the entire family also. That's why I am also very grateful to them.
They invited to 22nd September. Any plan?
Yeah, no plans right now. I don't have any plans because within 2 to 3 days I am moving out of country for some literary program, and I may return next week. So after returning, I will coordinate with the district administration and I will finalize the programs with them.
That's why it's biggest celebration in our Karnataka.
Yes, but right now, I reserve my comments. I don't want to talk anything about any issue right now. Please bear with me. That's all.
ನೀವು ದಸರಾ ಹೇಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಚಿಕ್ಕದ್ರಿಂದ ದಸರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ನಾನು ಏನು ಕೂಡ ರೈಟ್ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Okay, and this is Banu Mushtak sort of not exactly clarifying, but saying that she is going to be traveling to foreign shores. She's traveling, and that's the reason why she might not be there in the festival. She was invited, and while she's speaking out, but she's refusing to clarify on some of the controversial comments. It seems that there is no follow-up also. If we can get Niranjan over the phone to explain us better. He's coming to the newsroom, in fact, and she sort of suggests that she might not go there because there is no follow-up communication is what we understand. But for more on it, Niranjan is joining us live from the newsroom. But before that, let's listen to her once more.
Okay, today invited by Mysore
district administration.
What you say, madam? What about your?
Yes, I'm highly grateful to the people of Karnataka. 7 crores of Kannadigas. I am highly grateful to them, and I am thankful and grateful to the state government and to the Chief Minister Mr. Siddaramaiah, and
Okay, Niranjan, in the thick of controversy, Banu Mushtak coming out with that statement, but I still am second guessing as to whether she's going to attend the Mysuru Dasara or not attend the Mysuru Dasara.
Well, she has not said that she will not attend, Abhishek. In fact, we heard it carefully. She says that she has not coordinated the details of her inauguration, of her being at that particular event. Now, this is what we have just played out is important because for the last 2 weeks, we've had the controversy play out over Banu Mushtak. She's an International Booker Prize winner. So she's a very big personality. But the state government recommending her name to inaugurate the Nada Habba. It's called the Nada Habba or the Dasara festival. The state festival of the Chamundi Hill temple was questioned by many people, including the royal family in Mysuru. And the government has decided to invite her. And we've seen the controversy play out in the last few days. The BJP had questioned whether she was the right candidate to be called there to be inaugurating the festival. The Dasara festival in the first place because of a few controversial comments that she has made in the past about deities. Now, her comments in the past on deities, on Hindu gods, is primarily one of the reasons why it was questioned. The government was asked whether they found nobody else to inaugurate the Dasara, which is a Hindu festival, a Hindu festivity there in the Chamundi Hills, which is the pride of Karnataka, happens every year starting October. And the state government has faced flack for the last few weeks. Even the royal family there has questioned the state government, and the whole debate has been whether it's a Hindu festival, it's not a Hindu festival, etc. But it is the festivity that is overseen by the royal family there of Mysuru, and the parliamentarian from Mysuru, Vodayar, who also spoke to Republic TV a few days back, said the choice may have been a wrong one, but the state government has been adamant on why they have picked 62-year-old Banu Mushtak, who's a writer, she's an activist, and she's also been a part of the Kannada language movement. So she has been associated with culture, language in Karnataka. She's an icon nonetheless. But her comments in the past is one of the reasons why she was questioned. Now, she has spoken for the first time today, and from her comments, she's grateful. She says she's grateful to the state government. She's thanking them profusely, but she also says that she has a visit overseas. She will come back from that visit and then coordinate with the state government. But she's essentially also confirmed that she will be going ahead. She confirms that she will be going ahead and she will be a part of the inauguration of the Dasara Habba, a Dasara festival, which is otherwise also referred to as a Nada Habba in Mysuru.
Okay, Niranjan, a quick question before I let you go, which is that is there a suggestion in her words that maybe there is no follow-up from the Siddaramaiah government and that it might have sort of developed some cold feet on the invite?
Have stood their ground. In fact, you had the state chief minister and also the deputy chief minister come out and say, in fact, they made controversial comments like it's not a Hindu festival, it is the state festival, and that is why they've called a state literary icon. But the whole controversy has been around what she thinks, whether she has faith in Chamundeshwari, which is the goddess of the Chamundi Hills. Chamundi Hills is named after Chamundeshwari. Okay. And she has made controversial remarks in the past about the goddess, and that is why her being the chief guest has been questioned in the past. Abhishek.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, Niranjan, with those updates. And now we move on to the story that we wanted to focus on, which is the monsoon mayhem. Continuous heavy rainfall has been witnessed in several parts of Jammu and Kashmir, with rivers swelling and flash flood-like conditions reported across multiple districts. In fact, that's been the story for a fortnight and more. In Rajouri, incessant downpour has led to flood-like conditions, forcing authorities to remain on high alert. Even as Doda's Bhalesa and Bhadarwa areas, torrential rains continue for second consecutive day, actually more, triggering flood-like conditions. And amidst all this, the Tavi River is in full spate. We are joined in by, these are pictures from South Kashmir also, Kolgam, Chenab River there, and in the Srinagar urban agglomeration, the Jhelum River's water levels have risen significantly. Chenab also in full spate. These are pictures of rivers in full fury. Gursimran joins us live from Aknoor. He has been reporting on the flood situation in Jammu region for the last 10 days and more. Gursimran, what's the latest you can share? You're carrying an umbrella. There was a red alert warning for the next 60 hours. We are still 12 hours into it. How's the situation like? Is it worsening or is it sort of stabilizing?
See, Abhishek, if we speak of the situation is worsening with each passing minute. The place where we are standing, we have to move at least 500 meters backyards. Reason being that the Chenab is now getting into the civilian areas. I'll request Ashu if we can move conveniently to a 180 degree and we can show you that earlier we used to be at the place that can be seen at a zoom place from here. But now what has happened that this entire area is coming under the influence, under the impact of the river Chenab. What has happened that the Chenab has now entered the civilian areas because the barrages and the bunds that used to be they all have been breached, and the level with which it is raining, what it seems like that it has already surpassed 100 millimeter in last 1.5 hour. So it's raining heavily here in the Gadkhal area from where we are reporting, and there has been a large scale damage to the life in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Jammu region. 131 lives have been lost in last 3 weeks, and now as we speak there has been large scale damage to the agriculture as well, because thousands of acres of land has completely been washed away, because Chenab has now breached into the areas that it never touched in the past. So now the level of the Chenab is close to 44 feet once again, despite the barrages actually reducing the level of the dams, the Salal Dam and the dam in the Ramban district, that also Baglihar also in decreasing the water, the level of water down to 3.25 lakh cubic from the 4.25 cubic water. So now also the water level continues to rise. It is going to be, the situation is grim, and that's why BSF has to step in. BSF carried out an operation despite inclement weather condition, and in this daring operation they managed to get some close to 50 people out in 5 sorties of Mi-17 helicopter. All these were tribal people that were stranded there along with their cattle, but now have been rescued in a daring operation by BSF.
We can, in fact, in your frame, sense the force of that, downpour there from where you are reporting, Gursimran, and of course, as much as we can see you, the same must apply to the cameraman. Take care. Thank you so much. And we move on and back to New Delhi, where German foreign minister is visiting, and in fact, he backed FTA talks that are going on between India and the European Union, of which Germany is part, and in fact said that they should be expedited, and that Germany will fully back that decision as and when it happens. So he says that Germany will push the EU for a deal at the earliest. Remember, this comes in the midst of Trump tariff war, of which even EU is facing some headwinds, and the German foreign minister is on a 2-day visit to India. He already visited Bengaluru and then came to New Delhi and met External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Big statement there. Let's listen in.
And for me personally, it was really very interesting to spend the whole day in Bangalore to see what we are really doing already together. Economically and culturally, really, that was astonishing for me to see how many students are learning German, and that shows us that the potential is really, really high for the two of our countries. And economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiated as soon as even possible. We are a free trade nation, and of course you know that after or similar to the Mercosur agreement, the EU is working on the one with India is the most important to us, and I hope really that we can be successful. I already learned today, the meeting with the economic minister, that he is very optimistic for the forthcoming time, and you can be assured that we will use all arguments we have with the Commission to push this forward and to reach a new level between our countries and between the EU and India on this. So thank you so much for having us. I'm looking forward to our conversation today. Thank you.
All right, moving on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the second day of the 4th edition of Semicon India 2025 at New Delhi. PM interacted with the innovators and industry leaders and looked at their innovations at Yashobhumi. And remember, this is the second back-to-back day that he has visited the event, underscoring the Modi government's commitment to nurture a healthy and strong semiconductor ecosystem in the country. Here's a report.
India is making significant strides in the semiconductor sector. India has made massive developments in the recent years in semiconductor chips. And to provide a common platform for all innovators and their innovations, the government organized the Semicon India event, which aims to catalyze India's semiconductor ecosystem. Prime Minister paid a visit to the event on the second day. Notably, Prime Minister also visited the event on the first day as well. Accompanied by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Prime Minister took stock of all the new innovations. He interacted with innovators and industry experts during his visit. On the first day, while addressing the event, Prime Minister Moody highlighted the importance of semiconductor chips in the coming years. Although the semiconductor industry continues to face some challenges, it has witnessed robust growth and is poised for even more.
All right, China marked the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II and showcased its military might. Notably, in the display of arms and ammunition, Beijing also flaunted the missiles that failed miserably during Operation Sindur. Here are details.
China displayed its missiles, fighter jets and other military hardware in public view for the first time, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. According to Chinese military officials, much of the weaponry and equipment in the parade was being shown to the public for the first time. Chinese troops marched in lockstep by President Xi Jinping, who leads the Communist Party and heads the military as the chairman of the Central Military Commission. The audience included about 24 foreign leaders from countries including Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Notably, Beijing's weaponry displayed also showcased the missiles that failed miserably during the Operation Sindur. In its military parade, China also flaunted the missiles that it provided Pakistan during escalations with Indian Defence Forces in Operation Sindur. During the military parade in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, China unveiled the Dongfeng 5 missile, a liquid-fueled intercontinental strategic nuclear missile. The missile is designed to be launched from China's northern silo fields, which could be used to target continental US. It's the first major military parade in China since 2019 on the 70th anniversary of the founding of Communist China. The parade commemorates the end of World War II, a conflict that devastated China.
All right, time again to go into a break, but coming back with the exclusive inside scoop on GST Council meeting. Sources say big relief expected for startups and the MSME sector. And the Indian Army puts out a new video of Operation Sindur, underscore ceasefire only after Pakistan came crying uncle.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा निश्चित करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रखने का
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the BRICS nations. But like Russia found another place to sell its energy, India will sell its exports no longer to the United States but to the rest of the BRICS. India
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
सबसे बात हमेशा निश्चित करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रखने का
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra. Viewers, we will start with the big GST bonanza that is in store. Republic TV gets you all the inside scoop from the GST Council meeting. Viewers, we'll tell you all about the slabs and what really to expect in this Diwali bonanza. Also on the show, we'll tell you a shocking story that is coming in, a very, very concerning situation from Madhya Pradesh's Indore, one of the major hospitals where 2 newborns have died after being mauled by rats. Yes, you heard that right. That's our story number 2. And story number 3 is how floods are ravaging the northern part of India, from Jammu Kashmir to Delhi and NCR. Punjab is seeing the worst flood in decades. The farmers are suffering. We'll get you ground reports, viewers. Story number 4 will be from Telangana, where Kavita has now quit from her father's party, the BRS, after being suspended, and she cries conspiracy. Also, story number 5 will be the battleground Tamil Nadu, where EPS continues to sharpen his attack on DMK. And lastly, we show you how the Indian Army has once again sent out a big message to Pakistan and, of course, set the record straight about who in fact had begged for ceasefire. So we start with the inside scoop on the GST meeting, viewers. Major GST reforms are in store, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is right now chairing the meeting of GST Council. Republic TV gets you exclusive details. Now, as per government sources, viewers, health insurance is likely to get cheaper. Series of measures for ease of business are also being taken. There's time-bound GST registration for startups. That is another reform that is expected here. MSME can also be expecting some relief. Automated GST refund is likely. Refund within 7 days in case of exports. All these are latest updates that we're getting in. So these are the key changes that are likely to be approved, and a big announcement is expected very soon. Meeting continues till tomorrow as well. Meanwhile, here's what we know so far.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chaired 56th GST Council meeting today in the national capital. The meeting will continue for 2 days. In one of the biggest GST reform, the government is planning to do away with the 2 out of 4 GST slabs.
गंगानगर से लेकर के ईटानगर तक, लेह से लेकर के लक्षद्वीप तक, वन नेशन वन टैक्स। जीएसटी सिर्फ एक टैक्स रिफॉर्म नहीं है, आर्थिक रिफॉर्म से भी आगे एक सामाजिक रिफॉर्म का भी एक अहम कदम है। जीएसटी गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स के रूप में जाना जाता है, लेकिन हकीकत में ये गुड एंड सिंपल टैक्स है। इस दिवाली में आपकी डबल दिवाली का काम मैं करने वाला हूं। इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है। पिछले 8 साल से हमने जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म किया। पूरे देश में टैक्स के बर्डन को कम किया, टैक्स की व्यवस्थाओं को सरल किया, और 8 साल के बाद समय की मांग है कि हम एक बार उसको रिव्यू करें। हमने एक हाई पावर कमेटी को बिठा करके रिव्यू शुरू किया, राज्यों से भी विचार विमर्श किया, और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे। सामान्य मानवीय की जरूरतों के टैक्स भारी मात्रा में कम कर दिए जाएंगे।
The GST Council, also comprising of all states, will discuss moving to a fewer slabs. It is going to be the biggest tax reform since 2017. Consumers are in for some major benefits. Once implemented, a lot of FMCG products will get cheaper. GST, when first introduced, faced major apprehensions. But over the years, the aim has been to make GST into goods and simple tax. On one hand, Rahul Gandhi bats for tax slab rationalization. On the other hand, opposition states seem against it. objecting to new reforms and seeking compensation for the revenue loss. Another major highlight of the GST reforms is the fact that Modi government's tax reforms come in the backdrop of a waging global tariff war. There are apprehensions whether the GST reforms will have any impact on India's positioning as a global investment destination. A section still believes that the current and proposed structure is not what Modi government had promised, one nation, one tax, but the question is whether it is a possibility. All eyes now remain on the outcome of the 56 GST Council meetings for the formal announcement of new reforms.
कितना टीवी दिख रहा है? So viewers, we are telling you the inside scoop. Now, health insurance could likely be cheaper. That's what we are learning. And what we understand is that series of measures are being taken for ease of business, as I told you in the beginning. This is the latest update that we are getting in, viewers. And also the fact that there will be time-bound GST registration for startups. So there's a lot of focus on health insurance and startups and MSMEs also. So in the MSME sector, big GST reforms are also expected. This is what we're learning so far. The meeting, of course, will continue till tomorrow. And also, not to forget, automated GST refund is also likely to be one of the reforms. Oh, now we shift our focus to viewers to Madhya Pradesh now. It's the biggest government hospital that is situated in Indore. Shocking incident now has come to light from there. The hospital premises has been filled with rats, and these rats have bitten 2 newborns. Both of them have lost their lives. Although the hospital management has assured strict action against those responsible, the newborn live, viewers, they have been lost. And of course, many questions are being raised. Here's a report on that.
A rodent menace has hit a big hospital in Indore. 2 newborns were bitten by rats. 2 newborns were admitted to the neonatal intensive care unit of Maharaja Yashwantrao Chikitsalaya in Indore. One of the 2 newborns, who was reportedly bitten by rats, died during treatment. The low birth weight baby girl weighed only 1.2 kgs and had critically low hemoglobin levels, pulmonary complications and other congenital anomalies. While on ventilator support, she lost the battle. The other child also underwent surgery and is currently stable on ventilator support. Questions have now been posed to the hospital authorities. How was a hospital functioning as a breeding ground for rodents?
जो हॉस्पिटल के अधीक्षक है वो कह रहे हैं कि तेज बारिश हुई जिससे जो पेस्ट कंट्रोल है वो बह गया, इस वजह से चूहे आ गए और ये 3-4 दिन में ही आए। दूसरा वो कह रहे हैं कि परिजन खाना लेके जाते हैं जिस वजह से चूहे अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। लेकिन जमीनी हकीकत ये है आपके सामने, एक के बाद एक आप जो चूहे के बिल देख रहे हैं, इन्हीं बिलों के माध्यम से चूहे हॉस्पिटल के अंदर घुसते हैं, परिजनों को परेशान करते हैं, पेशेंट्स को काटते हैं।
Eyewitnesses say that the situation is far more serious than what meets the eye.
यहाँ पे सर चूहे इतने हैं कि पेशेंटों के ऊपर से गुजर के चले जाते हैं, कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती है।
कब ये घटना हुई आपके मम्मी के साथ?
मम्मी को तो 2 महीने हो गए, लेकिन पापा बेड से जैसे सोते हैं, नीचे सोते हैं, चूहे उनके ऊपर से गुजर के चले जाते हैं। रात को उनके पैर पे काट खाए चूहा। और पूरे वार्ड में जैसे बच्चे उन भी सोते हैं, जैसे कोई लेडीज जो एडमिट है उनके छोटे बच्चे हैं, उनके पास से चूहे गुजर जाते हैं। कभी बड़ी घटना हो जाए, कुछ भी हो जाए।
The hospital management has stepped up action. 2 nursing officers who failed to inform the hospital administration, despite having spotted rats in the ICU over the past few days, have been suspended. Show cause notices have also been issued to head nurse, pediatric ICU in charge, and the head of the pediatric surgery department. A fine of ₹1 lakh has been imposed on the company responsible for pest control. The incident has raised questions about safety and hygiene in the hospital. The investigation is ongoing. People responsible have been removed or fined. But the damage is already done. 2 innocent lives affected, and 1 lost the battle.
The catastrophic heavy rains over the past week have triggered widespread flooding, landslides and flash floods across North India, leading to deaths, displacement and massive damage to infrastructure and crops. The Indian Met Department has attributed the extreme weather to an active monsoon trough and low pressure systems, with Punjab emerging as the hardest hit state, experiencing its worst floods in nearly 4 decades. Other severely affected regions include Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, where cloud bursts and swollen rivers have amplified the devastations. Here's more on the story.
बीएसएफ की तरफ से इस वक्त जो है सिविलियंस का रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें जो है वो आप देख रहे हैं। भारतीय वायुसेना भी लगातार जो है इस ऑपरेशन का हिस्सा, और लगातार तस्वीरें जो हैं वो रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ये बड़ा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है। मुझे जो है लगातार ये आप देखिए यहाँ पर तस्वीरें भारतीय वायुसेना, भारतीय ये सीमा सुरक्षा बल का जो है ये चॉपर इस वक्त जो लोगों को रेस्क्यू करके यहाँ से ले जा रहा है। लगातार पूरे इलाके को में जो है बड़ा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन यहाँ पर चलाया जा रहा है। और अब इस बीच तस्वीरें जो हैं आशु आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि सिविलियंस को जो है यहाँ से बीएसएफ की तरफ से रेस्क्यू करवाया गया है। ये तस्वीरें जो हैं लगातार रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर आप देख रहे हैं। 40 सिविलियन जो हैं वो यहाँ पे फंसे थे। अब बीएसएफ का ये हेलीकॉप्टर जो है लगातार इनक्लीमेंट वेदर कंडीशंस थे, सभी सिविलियंस को रेस्क्यू जो है वो लगातार करवाया जा रहा है। कुछ सिविलियंस अभी भी वहां पर फंसे हैं। मैं आशु से कहूंगा आप साथ में ही चलते रहें, और साथ में चलते चलते जो हैं वो लगातार विजुअल्स जो हैं वो आपको दिखा दें, क्योंकि बड़ा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन यहाँ भारतीय जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास बीएसएफ की तरफ से चलाया जा रहा है। और इसकी जो तस्वीरें हैं रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जब चिनाब का जल स्तर बढ़ा तो ये 40 लोग जो हैं यहाँ पर फंस गए थे। लेकिन अब जो है बीएसएफ की तरफ से यहाँ बड़ा ऑपरेशन जो है वो चलाया जा रहा है, जिसकी तस्वीरें जो हैं हम आपको भारत पाकिस्तान अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के गढ़खाल से दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह पूरे इलाके से एक एक कर यहाँ सिविलियंस को जो है वो निकाला जा रहा है। जो तस्वीरें लगातार आशु यहाँ पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि बीएसएफ का चॉपर जो है वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस का हिस्सा, और अब पूरे इलाके में जो है वो यहाँ पर सिविलियन जो फंस गए थे उन्हें यहाँ पर निकाला जा रहा है। बीएसएफ की तरफ से अपने चॉपर्स जो हैं वो इस रेस्क्यू में यहाँ पर लगाए गए हैं।
Ravi's spate continues and creating havoc in Gurdaspur district. First of all, let me show you the visual here of the Gurdaspur village, where the roads connecting to the Sadalpur village are completely submerged in the water. From the past 24 hours, heavy rainfall have been witnessed in Gurdaspur, due to which once again the river Ravi's flow has increased many-fold. These are the roads which are connecting to the villages, and more than 12 villages connectivity have been completely destructed because of the overflowing river Ravi.
Incessant rainfall has created havoc nearby regions in the national capital. Right now we are just standing near the old railway bridge. Here you can see the visuals just near the old railway bridge. This is known as the railway bridge. This is a 2-tier railway bridge. On the basement level, on the ground level at tier 1, the traffic normal vehicular movement you can see. On the above level at T2 level, from where the train basically crosses. And this is the bridge. Here you can see. I'd like to request my Vijay Ranbir to show you the visual of this bridge. This is the second bridge. This is a metro bridge. So what has happened, that the water level at this bridge right now is 205.8 meter, which has already crossed the severe level mark, danger level mark. Because if you see at old railway bridge, the danger level mark is 205.3, and right now the water level has crossed that mark and reached 205.8. So it is very likely that the information that we have received from the Shadra district administration, they have said that at around 5 p.m. they will close the vehicular movement on this very bridge, because the information that we have received that if the rainfall continues, then it is very likely that the water level will again increase and it will cross the 206 meter mark, so which is going to be very impacted into the lower lying area of Yamuna, which includes, if you just go laterally into that direction, you will find that earlier the information that we have received that across the Kalindi Kunj region, Mayur Vihar extension region and the Khadar region, Yamuna Khadar region especially will be impacted.
Now, in a big political shake-up, Kavita announced her resignation from the post of MLC a day after she was suspended over alleged anti-party activities, accusing former Minister Harish Rao of working against the party. Kavita says that BRS working president K.T. Rama Rao should be careful about the alleged conspiracies by Harish Rao. She alleges that he is working in connivance with Revant Reddy, that he has had relations with Revant Reddy, and saying that there is an attempt to create a divide within the family. Here's a report. In a big political shake-up, Kavita announced her resignation as MLC a day after BRS suspended her over alleged anti-party activities. During a press briefing, she claimed conspiracy being plotted against her and alleged that former Minister Harish Rao had been working against the party. She directly accused Harish Rao of conspiring with Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy, claiming Harish Rao had shared ties with Revant. Kavita also alleged Harish Rao had past ties with the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Rajashekhar Reddy, describing him as a double shooter, not a troubleshooter. Sharpening the attack, she also blamed senior leaders for attaching a corruption tag to KCR and alleged efforts to weaken the party from within. Kavita questioned the source of Harish Rao's funds, alleging that he played a role in corruption surrounding the Kaleshwaram project. Her suspension and resignation come amid weeks of internal turbulence. She had earlier accused party insiders of plotting her removal as Telangana Coal Workers Union head, calling the decision politically motivated. Shifting focus to Tamil Nadu, where in a fiery speech in Madurai, AIADMK leader and former Chief Minister E. Palaniswamy sharply criticized the ruling DMK government and accused it of widespread corruption, administrative failure and ignoring public grievances. In fact, he vowed that if voted to power, he will make sure that all those who are corrupt will be punished, as he continues to sharpen his attack on the ruling government in Tamil Nadu amidst his campaign rally. Here's a quick report on that.
In a recent speech at Madurai, AIADMK leader EPS launched a strong attack on the DMK government. He accused them of deep-rooted corruption and misgovernance.
தமிழகத்துல 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருக்கு. 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம். அதுல ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு மேல பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருந்ததே கிடையாது. ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு ஆள், அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர், அதுக்கு அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர். இப்படி 582 பேர்லயும் மாத்தி டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் போட்டு அதுல ஒரு அமௌண்ட், பெரிய அமௌண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
EPS alleged that Minister Moody demands a 10% bribe for property registrations, calling him the 10% minister.
அது மட்டும் இல்ல, இங்க இருக்கிற மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த தொகுதி மந்திரி எப்படிப்பட்டவர்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நாங்க சொல்லி தெரிய வேண்டியதில்லை. அங்க மேலூர்ல பேசும்போது அங்க கூட்டத்துல இருந்து பேசுறாங்க, ஐயா பேசுங்க அப்படின்னு. என்னப்பா பேசுறது? இங்க இருக்கிற மாவட்ட மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். அவர் பத்திரப்பதிவு துறையில் இருக்காரு. ஆக கொள்ளையோ கொள்ள அடிக்கிறான்னு கீழே இருக்கிற மக்கள் பேசுறாங்க. நான் பேசுறேன், எங்களுக்கு பாயிண்ட் எடுத்து கொடுக்குறாங்க மக்கள். இப்போ ஏற்கனவே பிராந்தி கடையில் 10 ரூபாய்னு ஒருத்தர் பேர் வாங்கியிருக்காரு, யார் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இப்போ இங்க இருக்கிற அமைச்சர் 10% பதிவு செஞ்சா 10%, பத்திரம் பதிவு செஞ்சா 10% அவருக்கு போய் சேர வேணும். அப்படி சேர்ந்தால்தான் அந்த பத்திர பதிவு நடக்கும். நடக்குதுல உண்மைதானுங்க.
He further criticized frequent registrar transfers. 582 offices see yearly reshuffles, claiming it's a tactic for collecting illicit money. EPS highlighted that people already face severe economic distress and additional bribes worsen their situation. He mocked Stalin's half-communist comment, suggesting DMK is trying to dominate alliance parties. EPS accused the government of ignoring public grievances, claiming petitions are discarded in rivers or garbage bins. He concluded that once AIADMK returns to power, today's ministers will be held accountable.
And viewers, Indian Army's Northern Command has released a fresh video of Operation Sindur, underscoring the fact that ceasefire was done on Pakistan's request. This is, viewers, Trump climbed down on India-Pakistan ceasefire claims in his last 2 posts. Viewers, take a look at this video.
ये कश्मीर में 90 के दशक के बाद सबसे बड़ी टारगेट किलिंग है और ऐसे में काफी भगदड़ पहलगाम इलाके में जो है वो मची हुई है।
टोटल 6 जगह पे पाकिस्तान में 24 इंपैक्ट्स हुए हैं भारत की तरफ से।
After my communication with the Pak DGMO, he proposed that we cease hostilities.
And that's all we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We'll be right back with live and breaking at 6:30. Thanks for watching.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
India Zona.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विश्लेषण करता आया है, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रखकर
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the BRICS nations. But like Russia found another place to sell its energy, India will sell its exports no longer to the United States but to the rest of the BRICS. India has a long-standing relationship with the US since the Soviet.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा अप्रिशिएट करता आया है, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रखकर के काम करते हैं।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the BRICS nations. But like Russia found another place to sell its energy, India will sell its exports no longer to the United States but to the rest of the BRICS.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. Our top focus is going to be on the relief that has been given to persecuted minorities from Bangladesh, Afghanistan and Pakistan who have come to India before December 2024, December 31st. They will now be given the relief. Even if they don't have the travel documents, they can continue to stay in India. This is the big relief that has been given by the Home Ministry to them. First, a look at our top headlines. Republic gets the exclusive inside scoop on GST Council meeting. Sources: big relief expected for MSME sector. India is also going to be giving details. Indian Army puts out new video of Operation Sindur, underscores ceasefire only after Pakistan's begging. Big relief for the persecuted minorities from the central government. India permits stay of persecuted minorities who don't have travel documents. Sacked BRS MLC K. Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party and post of BRS MLC. Monsoon mayhem across North India. Floods disrupt normal life in Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab, Himachal and Delhi NCR.
Economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiated as soon as even possible.
Amid Trump climbed down on tariff, German foreign minister in India backs expedition of FTA agreement. And chief economist of Moody says US on the verge of recession and gets into it by the end of 2025. We have breaking news coming in. Tollywood actor Naga Chaitanya along with his son Naga Chaitanya appeared at the court today in the Namapali court today. Nagarjuna and Chaitanya recorded their statements before the judge on the comments made by Minister Konda Surekha. Earlier, Telangana Congress Minister Konda Surekha had alleged KTR's involvement in the divorce case of Naga Chaitanya and actress Samantha. The actors had filed a defamation case, following which they had appeared today to record their statements. I want to go across to Aishwarya, who's joining us live on the story. Aishwarya, give us more details. What has been stated in the court today by the father-son duo?
Yes, so today currently Nagarjuna and Naga Chaitanya just left from the court after recording their statements in the defamation case filed by them against Minister Konda Sureka in the Nampally court. So this was after Konda Sureka had said sensational comments saying involving KTR, Telangana minister, former minister KTR. She said that KTR was involved in the divorce case of Naga Chaitanya and Samantha. She said that alleged closeness of KTR with Nagarjuna's family was one of the main reasons of Samantha's divorce to Naga Chaitanya. So the entire the film fraternity Tollywood reacted on the statement, and the Tollywood united against Konda Sureka, following which a defamation case was filed by Nagarjuna. He said that this particular statements made by Konda Sureka has defamed his entire family, the Akineni family, which has been in Tollywood for a very long time, ruling Tollywood. And he said that such statements against his family will ruin its reputation. So he has filed a 100 crore defamation case against Konda Sureka.
Yes, and thank you for those details that are coming in now, Aishwarya. It's a focus we'll continue tracking. Viewers, Republic also gets the big inside scoop that health insurance is likely to get cheaper. GST Council has now approved a series of measures to make businesses easy. It is likely to be approved time-bound GST registration for startups, life-saving drugs likely to get cheaper. It's a big relief that's expected for small businesses, MSMEs and middle classes. The timelines couldn't be reduced in the new GST reforms. Automated GST refund likely also to be approved by the GST Council. This is the big scoop we are getting. That big relief for taxpayers is going to be likely. GST reforms inside scoop that we are getting. Series of measures are going to be there for the ease of business also by the Finance Minister, and time-bound GST registration is going to be there for startups so that they can start their businesses. Big GST reform is expected in the MSME sector. Health insurance is likely to get cheaper. Automated GST refund is likely. It's the big GST reforms that are coming soon, and export refund is likely within 7 days. We're also being told the registration process could be brought down to 3 days. Easing the way to do business, and refund within 7 days will be there in case of exports. Let me go across to my colleague Pranav, who's now joining us live on the story. Pranav, give us more details. It seems that the inside meeting, the GST Council meet, and those details clearly show there are going to be some relief for Indians. And we're also saying GST reforms, the inside scoop is coming in, where at the meeting it's being decided there's going to be a big relief for taxpayers. That is likely. It's likely to be approved in a time-bound manner where GST registration will be there for startups. Life-saving drugs are likely to get cheaper. Big reliefs are expected for small businesses as well. Let me go across to Pranav, joining us live on the story. Pranav, this is a big relief for taxpayers. Give us more details.
Well, absolutely. The meeting is taking place right now in New Delhi. This is the 56th meeting of the GST Council, and what we're learning is that some of the life-saving drugs are likely to get cheaper. You remember the GST Council had earlier hinted that the existing slabs will be reduced from 4 to 2. So some of the items that currently we are paying 28% on will be brought under 18%, and those for which we are paying 12% will be brought under 5%. So around 90% of essential items are likely to get cheaper, and this is just one of them. Among others, we are also learning that timelines could be reduced in the new GST reforms. Automated GST refund is likely to be approved by the GST Council, and a relief is expected for the MSME sector.
Thank you for giving us those details, Pranav. It's a focus we'll continue tracking. Now, viewers, also Prime Minister Modi attended the second day of the 4th edition of Semicon India 2025 at New Delhi. Prime Minister interacted with the innovators and industry leaders and looked at their innovations. Take a look.
India is making significant strides in the semiconductor sector. India has made massive developments in the recent years in semiconductor chips. And to provide a common platform for all innovators and their innovations, the government organized the Semicon India event, which aims to catalyze India's semiconductor ecosystem. Prime Minister paid a visit to the event on the second day. Notably, Prime Minister also visited the event on the first day as well. Accompanied by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Prime Minister took stock of all the new innovations. He interacted with innovators and industry experts during his visit. On the first day, while addressing the event, Prime Minister Moody highlighted the importance of semiconductor chips in the coming years. Although the semiconductor industry continues to face some challenges, it has witnessed robust growth and is poised for even more.
And viewers, there's continuous heavy rainfall that has been witnessed in several parts of Jammu and Kashmir, with rivers that are swelling and flash floods-like conditions that are reported across multiple districts. Among the incessant rainfall, the Tavi River is in full spate, while in Srinagar, the Jhelum River's water level rose significantly. Similarly, the Chenab River is in full spate due to continuous showers in the upper regions. Meteorological Department issued a fresh advisory warning of heavy rainfall, cloudbursts, landslides and mudslides in different districts. Schools have been closed in affected areas, while people have been urged to stay indoors and avoid travelling near water bodies. Here's the latest report that has been filed by Gursimran from Akhnur. And we're going to show you what's happening at Doda, Kulgam and Chenab River. Flash flood fury across North India. We can see heavy rainfall in several Indian north states. The Indian IMD has issued a red alert. Let's first listen in and see that report by my colleague Gursimran.
BSF is carrying out a daring rescue operation in the Gadkhal area of Jammu, where the civilians from the tribal community have been stranded. And these visuals Ashu is showing you are exclusive visuals that you see, that the Mi-17 helicopters of the Border Security Force have been pressed into the action. These helicopters will get the civilians out that have been trapped in the area. The total number of civilians that have been trapped in the area is close to 50, and now these helicopters have been pressed into the action. These helicopters have got multiple sorties. This is the fifth sortie that is being connected by the BSF choppers here. And important to mention that the senior officials of the BSF, they have been monitoring the round-the-clock operations that have been taking place here in the Gadkhal area, and now these choppers have been pressed into the action by the Border Security Force to get the civilians out. And now these choppers are heading towards the operation site where these civilians are stranded, and once the BSF choppers reach the area where the civilians are, this chopper is taking a U-turn so that it can reach the place where these civilians are heading. Once the chopper will be back, we will be showing you the live visuals of this massive rescue operation that BSF is carrying out. And this is really very challenging, keeping in view the inclement weather condition, because the visibility is very low when it comes to this very place. But the choppers of the BSF, they have been swung into the action. I'll request Ashu to show you the other side where those persons from the tribal community, they are still in that very area stranded, because the river Chenab has broken into the civilian areas. It has breached the fence and now it has entered the civilian areas. But now the teams of the Border Security Force, using their Mi-17 helicopters, are carrying out this daring rescue.
Amid continuous heavy rainfall in Punjab, a flood-like situation in Punjab is also there. On your screen, you can see Bhagwat Man meeting the affected residents. Our colleague Lalit also sent us a ground report from Gurdaspur.
किस तरह का कहर रावी नदी ने बरपाया है उसकी तस्वीरें हैं, वो इस वक्त हम आपको डेरा बाबा नानक से दिखा रहे हैं। फिलहाल सबसे पहले तस्वीरों के माध्यम से ही समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि जब यहाँ पर रावी नदी ने प्रचंड रूप लिया था तो किस तरह से जो पानी है तमाम तरह से गांव से भरकर तमाम जो फसलें हैं, आप देख सकते हैं जहां तक कैमरे की नज़र जाएगी वहां तक सिर्फ और सिर्फ पानी ही पानी नज़र आ रहा है। फिलहाल अब पिछले एक हफ्ते के मुकाबले की अगर हम बात करें तो ज़रूर पानी का जो स्तर है वो कम हुआ है, लेकिन अभी भी जो खेतों में जो पानी है वो भरा पड़ा है। अगर हम पंजाब के गुरदासपुर ज़िले की बात करें तो सबसे ज़्यादा प्रभावित है वो गुरदासपुर ज़िला हुआ है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर डेरा बाबा नानक में रावी नदी है उसने खूब कहर बरपाया है। उसके साथ साथ आपको बता दें कि जो बाकी ज़िले हैं, चाहे वो अमृतसर का अजनाला हो, पठानकोट हो, फाजिलका हो, फिरोज़पुर हो, गुरदासपुर हो, तमाम जगहों पर जो रावी है, सतलुज है या फिर ब्यास है, खूब यहाँ पर कहर बरपाया है। उसके साथ साथ मैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से वो भी बताना चाहता हूँ कि जो आप ये सफ़ेदे के पेड़ की लाइन देख रहे हैं, इसके पीछे ही जो करतारपुर गुरुद्वारा है जहाँ से लोग हैं वो दर्शन करने आते हैं, लेकिन फ़िलहाल अब तमाम जो ये जगह है वो जलमग्न हो गई है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and felicitated all personnel who successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on the Karegutta-Kalu hill earlier this year. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deo Sai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present. Take a look.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and facilitated the CRPF, Chhattisgarh Police, DRG and Cobra Battalion personnel. These brave hearts successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on Karegutta-Kalu hill. Operation Black Forest was a major 21-day anti-Maoist operation conducted from April 21st to May 11th this year. The operation took place in a known Maoist stronghold on the Karegutta-Kalu hills on the Chhattisgarh-Telangana border. The operation successfully eliminated top Maoist leaders, disrupted their networks and resulted in destruction of numerous hideouts and explosive caches. Union Home Minister during the event also interacted with the security personnel. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deo Sai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present at the event.
And this is a horror that India is talking about. In Madhya Pradesh's biggest government hospital situated in the capital city of Indore, a shocking incident has come to light. The hospital premises of the biggest and largest state government hospital has been filled with rats, and these rats have now bitten 2 newborns and 2 of them have lost their life. The hospital management keeps giving excuses, but 2 newborn lives have been lost.
A rodent menace has hit a big hospital in Indore. 2 newborns were bitten by rats. 2 newborns were admitted to the neonatal intensive care unit of Maharaja Yashwantrao Chikitsalaya in Indore. One of the 2 newborns, who was reportedly bitten by rats, died during treatment. The low birth weight baby girl weighed only 1.2 kgs and had critically low hemoglobin levels, pulmonary complications and other congenital anomalies. While on ventilator support, she lost the battle. The other child also underwent surgery and is currently stable on ventilator support. Questions have now been posed to the hospital authorities. How was a hospital functioning as a breeding ground for rodents?
जो हॉस्पिटल के अधीक्षक है वो कह रहे हैं कि तेज बारिश हुई जिससे जो पेस्ट कंट्रोल है वो बह गया, इस वजह से चूहे आ गए और ये 3-4 दिन में ही आए। दूसरा वो कह रहे हैं कि परिजन खाना लेके जाते हैं जिस वजह से चूहे अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। लेकिन जमीनी हकीकत ये है आपके सामने, एक के बाद एक आप जो चूहे के बिल देख रहे हैं, इन्हीं बिलों के माध्यम से चूहे हॉस्पिटल के अंदर घुसते हैं, परिजनों को परेशान करते हैं, पेशेंट्स को काटते हैं।
Eyewitnesses say that the situation is far more serious than what meets the eye.
यहाँ पे सर चूहे इतने हैं कि पेशेंटों के ऊपर से गुजर के चले जाते हैं, कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती है।
कब ये घटना हुई आपके मम्मी के साथ?
मम्मी को तो 2 महीने हो गए, लेकिन पापा बेड से सोते हैं, नीचे सोते हैं, चूहे उनके ऊपर से गुजर के चले जाते हैं। रात को उनके पैर पे काट खाए चूहा, और पूरे वार्ड में जैसे बच्चे उनमें सोते हैं, जैसे कोई लेडीज जो एडमिट है उनके छोटे बच्चे हैं, उनके पास से चूहे गुजर जाते हैं, कभी बड़ी घटना हो जाए, कुछ भी हो जाए.
The hospital management has stepped up action. 2 nursing officers who failed to inform the hospital administration, despite having spotted rats in the ICU over the past few days, have been suspended. Show cause notices have also been issued to head nurse, pediatric ICU in charge and the head of the pediatric surgery department. A fine of Rs 1 lakh has been imposed on the company responsible for pest control. The incident has raised questions about safety and hygiene in the hospital. The investigation is ongoing. People responsible have been removed or fined. But the damage is already done. 2 innocent lives affected and 1 lost the battle.
China marked the 80th anniversary of the end of World War III, showcased its weaponry. Notably in the display of arms and ammunition, Beijing also flaunted the missiles that failed miserably during the Operation Sindur. Here's a detailed report.
China displayed its missiles, fighter jets and other military hardware in public view for the first time, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. According to Chinese military officials, much of the weaponry and equipment in the parade was being shown to the public for the first time. Chinese troops marched in lockstep by President Xi Jinping, who leads the Communist Party and heads the military as the chairman of the Central Military Commission. The audience included about 24 foreign leaders from countries including Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Notably, Beijing's weaponry displayed also showcased the missiles that failed miserably during the Operation Sindur. In its military parade, China also flaunted the missiles that it provided Pakistan during escalations with Indian Defence Forces in Operation Sindur. During the military parade in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, China unveiled the Dongfeng 5 missile, a liquid-fueled intercontinental strategic nuclear missile. The missile is designed to be launched from China's northern silo fields, which could be used to target continental US. It's the first major military parade in China since 2019 on the 70th anniversary of the founding of Communist China. The parade commemorates the end of World War II, a conflict that devastated China.
The US and Indian armies launched the 21st iteration of Yudh Abhyas military exercise at Fort Wainwright in Alaska. Combined military exercises such as Yudh Abhyas enhance bilateral readiness and interpolarity, demonstrating the United States' continuing commitment to strengthening regional partnerships, maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific. And we lead now with a video, viewers. Indian Army Northern Command shares a new video on Operation Sindur. The Indian Army is underscoring the ceasefire after Pakistan's request. Repeated messaging from the Indian Army, Pakistan DGMO called them for the ceasefire.
ये कश्मीर में 90 के दशक के बाद सबसे बड़ी टारगेट किलिंग है
और ऐसे में काफी भगदड़ पहलगाम इलाके में जो है वो मची हुई है।
6 जगह पे पाकिस्तान में 24 इम्पैक्ट्स हुए हैं भारत की तरफ से।
After my communication with the Pak DGMO, he proposed that we cease hostilities.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons. We need a statewide and a federal ban on high-capacity magazines.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you with four big stories. You've had a disastrous showing by Shehbaz Sharif, and even before he's returned to Islamabad, before he takes that flight back, there is some disastrous news, not something that he didn't know about. But Pakistan is being dumped by China. The first step is here. That and more coming up as we get you some inside details of Kavita. Kavita, the daughter of KCR, who quit her party today in full public glare. We have some inside details from top BRS sources on why she may have resigned. Here are the headlines. Pakistan already dumped by its so-called all-weather friend China. They will not anymore sponsor the Belt and Road project. China steps aside. ADB will now fund Pakistan's project. Kavita quits. The daughter of KCR has quit from her own father's party. Inside story of why and how she decided to step down. Inside details from the Agriculture Ministry on Republic on countering the Trump tariffs, the different sectors that are affected. We have details and a response from the Agriculture Ministry on how they will look for other markets. International Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtak in the middle of a Dasara controversy in Karnataka. She was questioned by the BJP and the royal family on why she was selected to inaugurate the prestigious Dasara festival. She's broken her silence on Republic. And on top of 7 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in some confirmation now, some breaking news that we're picking up from different agencies and different countries. We are corroborating reports that confirm that Pakistan will now go ahead. They will proceed with the loan from ADB. China has decided to step aside, and China is increasingly worried about their money not being repaid by Pakistan. Pakistan will go ahead with its project of the Belt and Road Initiative with a loan from the Asian Development Bank after China decides to retreat due to concerns over unpaid dues over the years. This has been brewing for some time. China has been thinking twice, given how much they've gone out of the way to help Pakistan, and Pakistan has now decided to go ahead. They will move with the project. They will move with ADB. China has decided to simply step aside. Sushant Sareen is joining us. Sushant Sareen, he's part of ORF and he's a strategic affairs expert as well. Now, this was seen coming, Sushant. We knew that China at some stage would lose patience with Pakistan. When you look at the overall, investment that China has made in Pakistan, how does this move figure? What is your analysis of this?
So, Niranjan, I don't necessarily agree with your description that China has dumped Pakistan. But yes, insofar as China's attempts to build the Pakistan economy through the CPEC project, tied much more closely to the Chinese economy, I think that, that ambition has gone to seed. It's dead, basically. And quite clearly, none of those projects seem to be working. The Chinese companies are losing money. The power projects that they set up in Pakistan, they are bleeding. The Pakistanis are not paying in time. And in fact, when Shahbaz Sharif went to China for the SCO summit, it cost him something like $300 million or 100 billion Pakistani rupees because, he had to take something with him to repay the loans which they owe to the Chinese power companies that are producing power in Pakistan. They have run up debts of almost about $1.5 billion. And so they needed to show that, we are paying something back to the Chinese. So that trip basically cost Kangalistan something like $300 million. But there is and the telltale signs of the Chinese losing interest have been there for some years now. There has been no new investment in the CPEC projects, at least over the last couple of years. The Chinese have been going slow on some of the projects that are currently underway inside Pakistan. And quite clearly, they've realized that the sheer incompetence in Pakistan to provide even the basic facilities for these projects is something which has been extremely galling for the Chinese because it has upset their entire calculations. The Gwadar port, for example, is a dead port. There is hardly any ship which comes out there. The Pakistanis tried to divert, the shipping to Gwadar and then, not catch their nose like this, but catch it from around the head. But that also hasn't worked. They've tried to link up this whole CPEC thing to Central Asia. That hasn't worked. So clearly the CPEC projects are bleeding money and the Chinese don't want to lose more money or throw good money after bad. Now, the problem, however, is, and that's also the irony of this whole thing, that ADB is basically a kind of an adjunct. I know some people will not agree with what I'm saying, but it's a kind of an adjunct of the World Bank or the Bretton Woods system. And to see ADB now fund a BRI project, I think the irony is inescapable. And the Chinese, of course, will not have a problem because if the ADB is going to sink money in this particular project, then the Chinese will free ride on it. Why should they spend their money on it? The Pakistanis, however, will not be able to pay back that money. But I suppose ADB is not even going to ask them for money. After all, if Trump is so enamored and he's making his pile, then he doesn't care if ADB or some of these other banks lose money. The other aspect of this entire ML1, see, ML1, this particular railway project, was supposed to be the backbone of CPEC. This was the project which would have made whatever production or whatever transportation was going to happen through this particular economic corridor. This was the project that would have made some of it viable. Personally, I don't think the CPEC is viable anyways. But it would have added some degree of viability to the entire project. And if this project is not taking place, then it basically means that the CPEC is, if not dead, then at least comatose. And that is where we are at. So quite clearly, as far as the economic dimension of the relationship is concerned, I think that's in trouble. And the telltale signs, even on ML1, this project was to start many years back. There has been no financial closure. Initially, it was about $6.5 billion. Then it got delayed. So when the Chinese came back with it, they raised the price to almost $10 billion. And then the Pakistanis bawled and they said that this would become unaffordable. So they kind of watered down the project and brought it back to 6.5. But there was a certain component that the Pakistanis had to pay. But the Pakistanis don't want to pay for anything. So there has been no financial closure. And I think the Chinese have realized that, it's a mug's game to go ahead with this project. Even those very ambitious special economic zones which were supposed to come up inside Pakistan to benefit from CPEC, even those have not seen the light of the day so far. So quite clearly, I think, as far as the economic side of the relationship is concerned, that's gone. But I think we shouldn't read too much into it. The strategic dimensions of the relationship still remain pretty much intact. So I would imagine that, we need to look at it in a more nuanced manner than to just simply say that China has dumped Pakistan.
Thank you. Thank you, Sushant. Thank you for joining us with your input on that. In what has otherwise been a very disastrous outing for Shehbaz Sharif in China, in Tianjin at the SCO. If you talk about optics, it's been quite disastrous. Now let's get you some more breaking news updates coming in on the show tonight. You had a very senior leader from the BRS, the erstwhile TRS, now BRS, the daughter of KCR, K. Chandrasekhar Rao. K. Kavita has resigned from her party. Now she alleged corruption. She spoke about her family members, some of the family members who are also ministers in the government, who are also tall leaders within the own party. Now the question is, she has been in the party for many years. Why did she speak about it now? Now here are what leaders within the BRS are saying, and these are top sources within the party, who claim, in fact, some of them sticking their neck out and while speaking to Republic TV, saying that in the last few months especially, and even in the last few years, K. Kavita has been in touch with Revant. This is what they claim, BRS sources claim, that she has been in touch with Revant, and they add that Kavita has been in touch with the Telangana Chief Minister for quite some time. In fact, Revant Reddy has also been very interested in the Kaleswaram project, and they've been very close for a very long time. They have been in touch for a long time is what they say. And they add that it appears that the Telangana Chief Minister could have created a rift within the family. It appears, and this is what they say, that the KTR family is being extremely careful while responding to this controversy. They are being very cautious. They don't want to, since Kavita is the daughter of KCR, the sister of KTR. It's a very, very sensitive issue, and that is why they are holding back and they don't want to talk about it. But they do, of course, add that it appears that she may have been instigated. The words used by the top BRS source is that she may have been instigated. They feel that there is some collaboration that may have happened where she may have discussed a few things with Revant Reddy, the Telangana Chief Minister as well. Now, all of these are attributed to a source in the BRS as we track that story of K. Kavita and why she quit. Why she quit from her party. Let's go to the next story. On This Is Exclusive, let's get you the big story. On the tariffs, when you talk about the tariffs, ladies and gentlemen, India has been doing everything to look for alternative markets. Every sector that has been impacted, textile, agriculture, and we have a very detailed response that's coming from the Agriculture Ministry, and that's our third story on This Is Exclusive this evening. Let's get you that breaking news update. In fact, Agriculture Ministry sources telling Republic that the US tariffs could impact some sectors, for example, the shrimp export sector, and they're neutralizing it. They feel that the measures that are now being taken, talks that have been initiated with the concerned stakeholders, we are being told that the Union Minister of Fisheries, for example, Rajiv Ranjan Singh, there was a meeting that was held which was attended by senior officials from the government last month with seafood farmers, stakeholders from states like Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat and Kerala. We are hearing they've begun studying markets of United Kingdom, European Union, Oman, UAE, South Korea, Russia and even China as far as shrimp is concerned, because shrimp exports are a critical sector that will likely be impacted by the US tariffs. A major emphasis are on the markets of two countries which will in all likelihood not just make up for the US market but perhaps also increase exports in a way. Soumya is joining us with those details. Soumya.
Yes, well, see, heads on, the Indian government is working on so that our farmers or the concerned sectors and the ministries do not get affected by the Trump tariff threats, and they are taking the challenge head on. So it all started when the tariffs came in effect on August 27th. Now, an important meeting took place on August 11th, which was convened by the Fisheries Union Minister, Rajiv Ranjan Singh, and was also attended by George Kurian, senior officials from the Agriculture Ministries, Fisheries Department heads from several states, including Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and farmers as well. So now various sectors, various industries are going to be impacted by the tariffs. However, the Indian government, the respective ministries have started working out as to how they can divert the markets from US so that there is little to no effect on the farmers or the particular sectors. As far as shrimp farmers, the shrimp exports are concerned, we were told by the sources within the agriculture ministries that market size are being read, are being studied, and topping that list is UK. UK is topping this list because remember, Prime Minister Moody during his visit in July had signed an FTA with the United Kingdom. The rest, the other countries making to the list are Russia, China, South Korea, UAE, Oman, among others. Now, emphasis are on two countries majorly. Those are South Korea, given its potential in the market, and also Middle East, given the growing demand there. So, and this market study is not just related to the shrimp export. In fact, Commerce Ministry is studying these markets for various other sectors as well, which will be impacted by the tariffs, be it the textile or be it the pharmaceuticals or the gems industry. In fact, for that matter, UK, they are studying UK market sizes again for leather and textile industries for that matter. So these are the developments that we are picking up, and the ministries in itself, they have independently confirmed that they are not going to bow down. They're not going to be threatened by Trump tariffs, and they will work. There is not going to be any sort of negotiations with the United States, which in turn will affect the integrity of the work of the Indian farmers.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Soumya. With the steps that the Agriculture Ministry has taken, and they have responded exclusively to Republic TV on looking out for the alternative markets. Let's move on to the next breaking news coming in. Okay, so there is the Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtak, who's been asked to inaugurate the annual Dasara festival in Mysuru, Karnataka. The prestigious Dasara festival, also referred to as Nada Habba. And there has been a controversy around the invite that was given to Banu Mushtak, and Banu Mushtak, for the first time, has broken her silence. It is the first time that she is speaking on this controversy since it broke out. In fact, even the royal family, WWII, the royal family member BJP MP, had also questioned the state government's choice of why Banu Mushtak was asked to invite in the first place. And she has, for the first time, spoken out. She spoke to Republic Kannada earlier today, and this is her first comment on the controversy.
Yes, I'm highly grateful to the people of Karnataka. 7 crores of Kannadigas, I am highly grateful to them. And I am thankful and grateful to the state government and to the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah. And I am also thankful to the district administration, Mysore.
They are all invited to your family also.
Yes. Yeah, it is a total invitation, not only to the entire family also. That's why I am also very grateful to them.
They invited to 22nd September. Any plan?
Yeah, no plans right now. I don't have any plans because within 2 to 3 days, I am moving out of country for some literary program, and I may return next week. So after returning, I will coordinate with the district administration and I will finalize the programs with them.
That's why it's biggest celebration in Karnataka.
Yes, but right now, I reserve my comments. I don't want to talk anything about any issue right now. Please bear with me.
In fact, one of the reasons why this is so controversial is, ladies and gentlemen, Banu Mushtak, she's the Booker Prize winner. She's someone who also has fought for the Kannada language. But in a video that has been doing the rounds, she's heard questioning whether the practice of worshipping the Kannada language as goddess Bhuvaneshwari is acceptable. She calls it and describes it as exclusionary to linguistic minorities like herself. So she in the past has questioned goddess Bhuvaneshwari while comparing goddess to the Kannada language, and to get her to inaugurate the Dasara festival, which is primarily celebrated by Hindus. That's what the BJP says. It's a Hindu festival, and why is someone who does not believe in goddess Bhuvaneshwari, why is she being invited in the first place? Isn't that an affront, is what they claim. The story is going to get interesting. That's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. Thanks for watching.
After Rahul, now Stalin jumps on Trump's bandwagon. Stalin attempting to sow seeds of divide between states.
Play it your way.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती। तो जब ये रियलाइज हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की जरूरत नहीं, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला।
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I choose a world where we dream, dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
My birthday gift to पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया।
बुलाओ। SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना।
Today, the World Health Organization
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the Brink.
From your smartphones to your smart television, the trending stories are breaking the internet. Tonight we get you the viral and rather awkward moments of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Next up, and across the globe, it seems like United States economy is on the knife's edge, quite literally, and we'll get you the exact statement on that. Meanwhile, it's a legal relief for rapper Cardi B. But what's making headlines is her reaction to a comment outside the courtroom. It is classic Cardi, and we'll tell you exactly what went down. Meanwhile, users are flagging privacy concerns after OpenAI stated very blatantly that chats are being scanned and could be reported to police if need be. Not just this. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's meeting with Vladimir Putin in Beijing took a bizarre turn as a viral video showed his aides frantically scrubbing every trace of his presence. It's a power-packed edition, viewers. This is Trending. I am Rakshita Mishra. The Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had a string of awkward moments at the 2025 SAF Summit in China. This one was when he struggled to adjust his translation headphone during a meeting with Russian President. The device kept slipping off, as you can see, prompting even Putin to chuckle, and aides had to step in to assist Prime Minister of Pakistan before the meeting could proceed. And in fact, not just this, it's another awkward umbrella moment at the V-Day parade that has gone viral, leaving the netizens in slits. Watch this. Not just this, viewers, watch the visuals of Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif standing in the corner as she, Putin, Kim Jong-un engage in the talks at the V-Day parade. Meanwhile, viewers, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's reaction is also the one to watch out for, where he looked rather confused when it went viral just ahead of the parade in China. Just look at him. He's completely clueless. He's just lost in the middle somewhere. And needless to say, viewers, trolls and memes have erupted on this. Clearly, the internet cannot keep calm. On your screens are some of the reactions on social media that have come in. If the American economy is a three-legged stool, one of those legs is broken. The other is wobbly, and the final one is holding it all up for now. That's how Mark Zandi, chief economist at Moody's Analytics, described the results of his analysis of state-level economic data. Amid the Trump tariff tirade viewers, Zandi now tells media that US economy could slip into a recession by the end of this year. He said, and I quote, "I don't think the economy is in a recession, at least not at this point, but it feels like it's on the brink. It's on the precipice of this recession." Viewers, now in late August, The Economist raised a similar alarm. He had posted on X saying that states making up nearly a third of US GDP are either in or at high risk of recession. Another third are just holding steady, and the remaining third are growing. All right, we have chief economist at